or afternoon, evening, night, whatever, depending on where you are in the world, I suppose. But we're jamming the Legacy Challenge today with a little bit of, I don't know if it's spice necessarily, kind of a mostly fairly generic Eldrazi build, but not playing Death and Taxes in the challenge today. I'm going to be registering this list instead. Um, been playing a bunch of different varieties of decks, and I've been tweeting about it a bit, and I think that Cavern of Souls, Chalice of the Void decks are really strong right now, just because they demand the widest variety of answers from your opponents. It's just like a very very like solid plan A. The Cavern of Souls helps you like just beat, just not be like just a force check deck, like a lot of Stompy Shells, Red Prison, stuff like that. You just have a very proactive plan. I like the combo matchup a lot with like Chalice Thoughtnot, postboard Thorns and stuff. And something that I've been toying with recently is the addition of Plague Engineer to this deck, which has been testing really well, which is kind of insane that you can just put Plague Engineer into every deck in this format right now. But there's just like so many like even against the other fair decks, even against decks that like probably are playing Plague Engineer, like black based control decks, there's just Baleful Strix, which is one of the most annoying cards for this deck to deal with. So like Plague Engineer sweeps like Baleful Strix is. It's good against a bunch of the other creature decks. You can kill like Noble Hierarchs and stuff like that, and Goblin Lackeys, Elves, and tribal matchups. Empty the Warrens tokens, because against Storm, a lot of their plan is just like make a bunch of goblins on turn one to go under all of your hate pieces. So you Plague Engineer to sweep up those. But yeah, this has just been testing extremely well for me. I've been playing in like a normal colorless version, but I've been finding Plague Engineer extremely powerful in the shell, so I'm just gonna be playing this deck. I was playing like a pretty solid colorless. I had like probably 4 or 5 leagues with it, but I swapped to a black Plague Engineer build last night, and I 4-1'd, and I'm currently 2-0 in a different league. And I was like, this is definitely unrefined. This deck list is definitely messier than normal colorless Eldrazi build. But I don't know. The Plague Engineer has been powerful enough that I think I'm gonna shoot my shot with a less refined build. Ancient Tomb and Thoughtnot, what a combo! Yeah, and like Chalice of the Void, Ancient Tomb, Thoughtnot's here. Who thought this was? Who didn't fucking see this blatant synergy? Hey, Adam MTG, Okoban got me out of hybrid. Yeah, I did one stream earlier in the week. I streamed a prelim with Death and Taxes, but yeah, the format's looking a lot more healthy right now with all those bans. So I've been excited to start playing Magic again. Got about 8 minutes until the challenge starts. The other addition that you get with the Black Splash is these opposition agents, which have felt pretty good. I haven't really done anything with them yet. Like I said, I've only played like 7 matches with the black version, but it seems like a powerful tool against a lot of the combo decks right now. Obviously, like Doomsday hits elves pretty well. What's up with that Goblin deck you posted? Is it really that good? The Turbo Muxus build? I think it's actually pretty powerful. The main issue is that there are tons of Plague Engineers, and while that deck can power through Plague Engineers a lot of the time, just with like explosiveness, sometimes you just like get caught with your pants down by like a timely engineer plus like a removal spell or a force of will for the first couple of turns. It's like kind of annoying. So I've been messing around with different Cavern of Souls, Chalice of the Void decks, but yeah, Turbo Muxus is pretty powerful. Really just like smushes control decks. It's a little softer to stuff like combo as well. You don't have this like big disruptive clock like Thoughtnot's here. I was putting some like Thorns on the sideboard too to try to like fight that. I think it helps out like the Doomsday matchup and the Show and Tell matchup and stuff. I mean, it looks great to play 8 different decks yesterday. Yeah, I've been hearing good things. I mean, it's obviously week 1, so time will tell. But, like, the top... I was expecting it maybe at least a little bit of like seeing the good decks float to the top in the first challenge results, but like the top 32 was just like a bunch of different decks. It was just total not like it looked like I was looking at like the like 5 leagues that I had played, and it's just like, okay, yeah, I've seen all these decks just randomly show up. Oh, go and Dreadhorde get banned. This coverage is Eldrazi. Yeah, that's isn't that like distinctly the point? Yeah, I think Doomsday is a solid front runner in the format right now, especially as the Delver decks scramble to figure out what they're doing. Wanted to see you get upset when your opponent taps 2B. Hey, sometimes Plague Engineer is decent against Eldrazi. It's I affectionately refer to it as 3-mana Typhoid Rats against Eldrazi, because like sometimes that's just all the control decks need. It's just like a Baleful Strix that doesn't cantrip and costs 1 extra mana, but like sometimes that's what you need to just like trade with their like 3rd big fat threat. Hopefully 4-main. Yeah, Plague Engineer's really fucked up in this deck. Stomp used to play Endbringer just for Strixes. I mean, Endbringer is just like a good like value engine pinger, stuff like that, top end sort of thing. PVDH posted an Eldrazi list that had a Tower of the Magistrate in the mana base. I thought that was kind of interesting as a way for like the colorless builds to fight Baleful Strixes. I was playing 2 Walking Ballista main in the normal colorless version and a 3rd one side, because I was just seeing so many Baleful Strixes. And that was kind of the thing that led me towards trying Plague Engineer in the deck. It's just Baleful Strix is a really good card against Eldrazi, and there are a ton of them seeing play right now. Has Science gone too far? Yeah, Science has gone much too far. We're playing Bayou in our Eldrazi deck. We've made a mistake, certainly. But yeah, I know Mengucci actually just 5-0'd with a list that he had Plague Engineer sideboard, but he had a kind of similar list inspired by like me posting screenshots of Plague Engineer murdering people in Eldrazi. His mana base is a little bit lighter on colored sources than I like generally. I'm usually like pretty conservative with my mana bases in terms of trying to be able to cast my spells. Like whenever I try like splashes in D&T, I try to like really, really respect the numbers. Whereas some people don't like to do that. Mengu's list is pretty reasonable, though. I think it was like 4 Cavern, 4 Petal, 4 Llanowar Waste, so I just have Urborg, Bayou as extra sources. Eldrazi is secretly one of the worst matches for Doomsday. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, Chalice of the Void Thought-Knot Seer is just so good against so many combo decks. And, like, Reality Smasher means it's just really hard to make a pass the turn pile, too. So oftentimes you have to just go off, like, on the same turn, like, through Chalice and Thought-Knot. This is the worst D&D list I've ever seen. Yeah, it's not the best D&T list. I'm trying to see if there are any D&T cards in this deck. Thorn of Amethyst? This is like a Thalia, right? I've put Karn Cyanoversa in D&T sideboards before. There's a couple cards here, maybe. But yeah, not super keen on playing D&T in these like early metas. There's a lot of nonsense, and D&T traditionally is really bad against nonsense. Like, especially in the early rounds of tournaments, you'll play against like some random bullshit, and D&T will just like fucking crumple up to it. I really like Eldrazi just having a really powerful plan A of just like consistently execute its own game plan of like super big threats and like disruptive Chalice of the Void. I likened Eldrazi, I was talking to some friends, I likened Eldrazi to almost like the Delver of Stompy decks. Like, you just have a very powerful proactive plan coupled with like disruptive elements. So, like, even your bad matchups, you can just kind of, like, curve out with your powerful stuff and, like, get off a timely thought knot on, like, a key piece and, like, disrupt them enough to kill them anyway. Just add violence and white weenies. You get yourself with stew. I mean, white Eldrazi's a thing. We got 1 minute until the challenge. How many people do we got? 111. Jeez. 112. Ran 2 Massacre on the side for just for you. Thank you. Can't imagine why you'd ever need more than one. First XJ I've seen since Christmas 2, aka Band Day. Yeah, that was some fun streams. Hey, one imperfect dude. You know, for the longest time, when I saw your for some reason, because you're an imperfect dude on Twitter, right? I thought oh wow, we're actually playing as Lynch Alice. The first like couple of times I read your was when it was an imperfect dude. I thought it said anime perfect dude. Finally a good D&T stream. Yeah, this is maybe my best D&T deck yet, or worst. I'm not sure. Anime perfect dude. Yeah. Because it's like, if you're missing the E, right? If you just take out the E in anime, it's just an imperfect dude. Which is what the ad is, I believe, right? Okay, at least I'm not the only one. Alright, this hand seems great. Once Upon a Time, turn 2, Thought Knot, Smashers. We'll keep this. Unfortunately, Once Upon a Time can't hit Chalice of the Void, which is like the card this hand really wants, obviously. But like, we can hit a Mimic, or just like another land, so we can, if we find another soul land, we can Thought Knot into the Smashers better. I should take the chat off screen. We're playing as Lin though. Nice guy. Once upon a time, there was 3 Eyes of Ugin. I think I want Cavern of Souls, actually. It's really bad against, like, Wasteland. Lynn's probably playing, like, a stupid control deck, though. So, while I can't make my Thought Knot uncounterable, it will make my 2 Reality Smashers uncounterable, which is probably really good. Although, it's a little awkward, because if I play a turn 2 Thought Knot, I'll have to Cavern into the Smasher and lose my city. We'll see. We might just, like, Cavern Reshaper. Yeah.
Over 21.
Oh, the wine is here.
Yeah.
What you got? Ponder. All right. If we draw, actually don't know. Like, obviously, turn 2 Thought Knot is the dream, but it's possible that I just want uncounterable spells at every step along the way instead. Just totally blank Force of Will and keep my City of Traders around. If we draw like an Eye of Ugin, but we just bottomed like 2 Eye of Ugins, I think. Another Cavern, huh? Ponder, no shuffle. I think I will just... Although, we have another land now, so we can go turn 2 Thought Knot, turn 3 Smasher, and then we can still cast Reshaper as we find more lands. Yeah, I think it is just Thought Knot time. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is bad. Maybe I just want totally blank Force. Nah, we're good. Nice spell snare. This hit... Oh, jeez. Poor Lynn. Counterspell, Force Negation, Spell Snare. Alright, well, I'm gonna take this Predict, because none of these other cards do anything. Maybe they hid the Swords of Plowshares on top with the Ponder. That would make sense, right? Pact of Negation? No, that's Force of Negation. It's smashing time. Yeah, this is just like Miracles. Spell, Snare, Counterspell. Congrats on the marriage. 3 couples I know how to cancel. Jeez. Rip. Oh god. Dog and cats have invaded my room. Yeah, we got We got engaged in February of 2020, and then we decided to just get legally married. Sorry for all the noise. Lily is freaking out. We decided to get legally married for like Greek cards. Lily, settle down. Hey, Lily, come on. What are we opposition agents just for like fetch lands? I wonder if Lynn's playing Monastery Mentor though. Yo, what the fuck? If 4 made more plagues. Doggo, the true reality. Yeah, Lily was definitely smashing reality in here a second ago. That's for sure. Definitely want this Karn. I generally like Thorns against Miracles because they're just very like cantrip, dirtily, spell heavy. I don't think I need these opposition agents necessarily. I kind of want to just cut all these engineers, but maybe I'm supposed to respect Monastery Mentor a little bit. My wife, we're lucky we got married October 2019, our honeymoon in February 2020. Just before, yeah. So we're just kind of waiting. We just like got legally married like over Zoom with a judge and stuff, and we're gonna have like a big, wedding, except we don't have to do all the legal shit after COVID's gone. So I'm gonna cut some of these engineers. I don't know if I'm gonna cut all of them. I like going down on like temporary explosive mana sources in these longer games. Maybe something like this. Maybe actually Matter Reshaper is worse than Mimic, because like Miracles doesn't really kill your guys very often, except when it wants to like trade with yeah, maybe Matter Reshaper is actually just worse than Engineer a lot. This only has 1 City of Traders. Yeah. I try to respect my ability to actually cast my black spells a lot more. Is Reshaper really better than Strangler? I wish this deck could play Strangler, but you actually don't have any fuel for it, right? It's like exactly Thought-Knot Seer. It's just like a 3-2 that occasionally can kill a thing. I think this is what I'm going to do. Maybe I'm actually supposed to like go to 2 Reshaper, 3 Engineer. But Reshaper is just easier to cast as like a 2-mana body with stuff like Eye or Temple. So I think this looks maybe fine. I also don't know how many mentors Lynn's on. Hey. So this hand is one of the more awkward ones because we have like Chalice, Thorn, but both of our soul lands don't really cast anything. But we're on the draw, and we still have like turn 1 Mimic and easily like a Smasher and stuff with lands. I think this is a keep. Lily, settle down. Why did she push you in here anyway? Can she take you back? Oh, nice. This one spawn time pickup was huge. Need to text my wife why Lily is in here. Yeah, let's, Once Upon a Time. There's Ancient Tomb, that's probably just the best thing. Ancient Tomb into Chalices. The tagline for all future streams, Oko still sucks. Probably. Let's just Chalice of the Void here. Probably getting, like, Spell Snared or something. But yeah, we have the extra Chalice too, which is nice to jam this specifically. Nice, not Spell Snared. That means they have to Force of Will it. I'm getting called out on Twitter for not playing D&T today. This is like a... Oh, explosives. Okay, so we're gonna cast Thorn this turn. Well, it's not a very good draw, but... I'm gonna lead with Eye. Better against Back to Basics, specifically. Because we're gonna just Eye. Lets us cast... The Temple also lets us cast the Mimic, but that'll tap to cast the Mimic. So if like they have turn 3 Back to Basics, it's really bad for me. So we'll just play Thorn here. We're in game 2 right now. Go get a Mimic. pop the EE, but now their spells cost 1 extra. Oh yeah, they can't actually back to basics me. The Mentor's pretty scary, though. I think I want to Chalice here to make the Mentor worse, rather than to, like, just smash or 10 them. I don't think Smash or 10 them's going to get across the finish line. I think Chalice is necessary. Attack first so they don't, if they have Force Will for the Chalice, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think it's definitely time to jam Chalice. Is the Watch is dead in hand now? Is the Aura cast outside the first spell? Yeah, we have a 4-line Aura Waste and a Bayou and 4 Lotus Petals. Oh, they can't force, yeah, the magic of Thorn of Amethyst, indeed. I mean, it doesn't change anything. Yeah. We had to play this other Mimic, too, so we could attack for, like, 15 next turn, which is probably good against... Mentor tokens, anyway. Oh, right, this actually has to be cast for 3. Almost forgot about that. So if they don't have, like, land back to basics here, it's really bad for them. Nice. They do have Force. That's unfortunate. Can't do anything about that. Just gotta sit and wait out this Mentor until we find other stuff then. Lily's grumbly. I don't know why she got exiled to my room. Like, literally just as I started the stream. This turn seems to be tanking a little bit, so I'm gonna be right back, chat. All right. Attacking here. I think I just need to double block this Mentor to stay alive this game. What did they bounce? Did they bounce my Chalice? Wait, Lily, how'd you get back here? Did I not close the door? Lily. Sorry about that. Ugh, the other side of the gate was still open. So like I was saying, I think I have to double block this Mentor to have any chance of living. Our hand's really bad, but these monks are, like, not the fastest clock in the world. Don't you kick you out of here? Come on. Ugh. Sheesh. Reshaper, huh? Reshaper's actually probably worse to redeploy than Chalice of the Void, honestly. I think we just want to keep locking out this Chalice. We're going to take 2 or 4. Go to, like, 4 potentially. It's bad, but... Unfortunate that Temple can't cast Reshaper and cast Chalice of the Void. I think we just need to get this Chalice back in play. second Mentor. That's horrendous for me. There's Urborg. Urborg helps us cast an Engineer if we find it. Tomb's hitting you pretty hard. Yeah, Tomb plus opposing Mentor can be a real cumbersome burden. Play another Chalice on one, maybe, actually. Better against this Teferi. Although what's likely going to happen is this Teferi's going to go up, and then it's going to go up, or then it's going to just bounce my Reshaper, and they're going to lethal me, but... Second Chalice on one is not bad. Let's just draw a Plague Engineer. So now we've seen multiple Mentors. I think it's probably correct to just because if this Reshaper was Engineer, we'd be like in a fairly good spot. I think it's probably right to just cut like all the Reshapers to play more Engineers. Seeing multiple Mentors. Are they thinking about like casting a spell and attack all? It's probably gonna kill me. I'd block the Reshaper on the Mentor and hope for the best. Hey Army, how's it going? Are they trying to do the math on just attacking all with no spell, maybe? That seems really risky. But with the Teferi on 3, maybe it's slightly better. Because they could put me to 4, and then bounce a blocker. And then put me to 2, and then we're pretty close to dead. Well, that's a pretty horrible draw. We're just like almost stone dead now. Because they can just bounce the Reshaper. If they have any spell, we die. Alright, show me what you got. Just cast any spell. Your 4-card hand. Mystic Sanctuary is not a spell. Oh no, it is a spell because the Teferi bounces to draw the Brainstorm. Alright. I think I do want just all these Engineers and go down a bunch of Reshapers. Something like this probably fine. Don't know if I like shaving a Petal if I'm having all my Engineers in still. That's probably fine though. I wonder if Endless One's like a reasonable shave versus like Miracles. They don't have any damage-based removal spells. Bad against Teferi. Kind of just gets blocked a bunch by Mentor. Obviously just gets like plowed or whatever. Bad against Jace. Winning game 1 is the biggest thing though. Because being on the play against blue decks with your Chalice of Void decks is just so insane. Or your Thorn of Amethyst. Like, this hand is just nuts. We get to, like, Thorn into Thought-Knot Seers. It's just bananas. Snap Keep. Bring all the Engineers. Shave one spawn time over Petal? Maybe. One spawn time is just so broken, though. Every time I have a one spawn time in my opener, it's just, like, the best thing ever. And maximizing the power of your opener is, like, a big thing in Eldrazi. Unfortunately, the, Thorn... Oh, actually, I don't really care if they have, like, Force of Wills, huh? They, like, Force Will one Thought Knot. We just have another Thought Knot. They have, like, Force into Plow. It's awkward. Like, turn 1, land, go. Pay for the Thorn, force my Thought Knot. And then turn 2, play a second land. Hold up Plow for the second Thought Knot, maybe? Ooh, Karn's nice. It's definitely just like jam TKS into Force of Will time. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. Like, if this is a Chalice, maybe it has to get forced, but Thorn can definitely be played through depending on the lands they have. Yeah, see, this is what I was kind of afraid of. I'm actually going to just play Karn plus Mimic this turn into 2 open mana here. Because I just don't want to play into just getting my Thought Knot plowed. Oh, I can't play Karn plus Mimic because this is going to cost 5. But I can play Karn, and Karn's really good here. You can, like, plow this Construct if you want. We're taking a lot of damage off Double Tomb, but I think we're, like, firmly the aggressor this game. Whereas last game, like, the turn 3 Mentor, turn, like, 5 Mentor or whatever was pretty bad for us. I really want to draw, like, actually just, like, Urborg, so I can stop taking damage off my mana. But we're only going to 10 to cast a Thought Knot. Think about plowing this Construct here. I feel like you have to. You can't just do nothing with your mana. Maybe cast Brainstorm instead? No. Yeah, this was the exact line of play that I was worried about with my... Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Jason from the Ashes, huh? Those are both fairly scary cards, I would say. Neither of them are castable currently, which is nice. What's worse for me is the question. I think this Jace might honestly be worse for me. Can we ever win if we get From the Ashes, though? Yeah, notably, From the Ashes is also less castable. They have to find fetch land. They can't do it with, like, Mystic Sanctuary or more islands or plains or tundras that they draw. I did also cut the 1 basic for my deck, but the 1 basic probably ain't cutting it here anyway. Oh, they can't cast the From the Ashes. We have a Thorn in play. Neither of these cards are very scary, so we definitely just take this Jace. I am going to play this Mimic, because we might play a big, endless one next turn. Totally forgot about my Thorn. It's a bit spooky. Yeah, we're going to be playing pretty fast and loose with our life total here, and it's an issue because my opponent's at 19. Bobble. Interesting. Bobble's really good for them here. Jesus. They have 1 card left in hand. We don't know if it's this From the Ashes, but they don't shuffle. They don't have a shuffle here, so... Opponent says, God damn it. That's good for me, I suppose, because it means I'm drawing something good. Maybe they're drawing, like, a powerful spell and I'm drawing a Thought Knot Seer here or something. Or I'm drawing Plague... Oh, I can't be drawing Plague Edge here because I can't cast it. That shouldn't be a goddamn moment. Back, do we get a win yet? No, we're in game 3. It's a pretty tight one, honestly. Up against a good player. They've had some strong starts. There's the fetch. Okay. So the... Oh, I shouldn't have X'd this out, because their top card is currently From the Ashes, and I don't know if they're going to draw it. But it's whatever. It's gotta be Thought Knot, right? Like, their plan was, like, back From the Ashes me, and they're gonna draw the From the Ashes off the Mishra's Bauble, and we're gonna draw Thought Knots here. Attacking? I just stack block, right? So their plan is absolutely from the Ashesing me. So I'd like to have a board, but this Mentor is just horrifying. I feel like I just have to stack block this. I think I can win with my scraps. And like this Karn in play and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they have information that I don't. They know my top card. And they know their own top card. Their own top card is from the Ashes. Oh, no, they put back 2 cards currently, so... Okay, yeah, from the Ashes is now totally gone. Getting back Plow, sure. They're going to draw the Plow, but they can't cast it. It's Smasher. That's why they said, God damn it. Like, I don't think that was even lethal. We'll start with plussing, right? This card can't do anything else here. Reveal Eldrazi Temple and Chalice of the Void. So they give me back the Eldrazi Temple, because they obviously don't want to get chaliced with a Plow in their hand. I might even just play an Endless One as like a 1/1. Although it doesn't block well if I'm going to attack here. I could send for 9. Because if they have to Plow, I'm gaining a bunch of life, right? I could just play a 3/3 Endless One, go to 6, right? I think you play both Endless Ones here. No Smashies. 8 mana. 2 4/4s. Just mono 4/4s. I think I'd like Reality Smasher and a 3/3. Get my Smasher damage in while I can. They have to choose whether or not to Plow the Smasher or Plow the Thought Knot. They could potentially clear the Karn if they Plow my Endless One, right? Oh no, they could just attack down the Karn. But I get to eat a Monk with Endless One, and then I'll have either a Thought Knot or a TKS and a 3/3 Endless One in play. They'll be at 9, so they'll go down to like 7 or 8. But notably, I never get my Chalice back at that point. I don't know if I need the Chalice back. They're drawing blind. They have a Plow in their hand and no other information. Is this card my path to victory? Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't like not attacking here when I could put them to 9 and play an Endless One. They lose a Monk, so we're not in danger of our life total. Like, we'll get Plowed, our life total goes back up. I'm going to disagree. I'm not... You might be right. I genuinely don't know. Sandbags. They know I have a Smasher in hand because they saw it off the bauble, so sandbagging the Smasher doesn't do a lot of information-wise, at least. They're probably going to end up plowing the Thought Knot. Plow the Thought Knot, send both at Karn. Block with Endless One. If they draw like another 1-mana spell, it's a little bit worse because they get to, yeah, they get to trade with the Endless One now. But yeah, these plows make my life total cooperate again. Just gonna always block a Monk here, I think. Maybe I don't. If they just attack, 'cause then we just get to attack them down to like 1. And I don't get to keep the Karn regardless. So yeah, it's probably actually correct to just not attack. If I get to attack back, I get blank their fetch lands, which blanks like Sanctuary. If they attack my face, what do I do? If they attack my face, I might block. That's kind of scary. Foretold card? I'm so terrified. What is that? Okay, now we just get to free kill one of these. Let's just draw a Smasher. Make life easy. Oh, shit. It's not that bad. Oh, actually, it is pretty bad. We can't cast it. Her Eldrazi aggro was brain dead. This means we're brain dead today? Yes. Can't be Doomscar, can it? That would be terrifying if it was Doomscar, huh? It's double white, though, to cast, right? So they would need to have a white source. I think I'm going to put them to 1 and then just cast a 4/4 Endless one. Like, I don't think the size of my Endless one really matters in this board state when they're at 1 life. How much is that Angels card? How much does that thing cost? I gotta fucking go to Scryfall. XX white. So it could be 2 Angels, which means if we draw a black source, we clear the Monk and lethal. But if we don't, we definitely want this Endless one to actually be a 5/5, right? So it can kill an Angel in combat. But that's actually really bad, because if they have 2 Angels, they can attack me for lethal if I tap a Tomb. Oh, Thorn, yeah. I always forget about Thorn math. 1 Angel's totally fine then. So I think 4/4 is going to be in. If it's the Pyroclasm, then they're just like fucked. Like the Pyroclasm doesn't do anything here. I'm just thinking about the possibilities that it could be. Like, what am I losing the game to besides Doomscar? Yeah, it could be Doomscar, right? Doomscar is 1 white to cast. So if they have a white source, we kind of get fucked. I do think I need to add a 3rd creature to the board, though. Foretold card? Yeah. Is this what it shows me? That this is a Foretold card? Okay, yeah. So it's probably Doomscar. Well, I think if it's anything but Doomscar, we're fine. If it is Doomscar and they find a white source, it would need to be not a fetch land. And then we're kind of in a holding pattern. We have potential lethal threat if we find a black source. I think I'm just going to play this Endless one as a 4/4. I don't think there's a reason to take extra damage here. Yeah, that fetch land's turned off. Yay! I wonder if it was Doomscar. Do we not get to see? Is it not like morphs? Do you not have to reveal this afterwards? What if they foretold a not foretell card? Well, I guess that doesn't matter, right? Because then you'd have never cast it. It's not like a morph which has in-game play before you see it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, putting them to exactly 1 was a big deal on why I was like mathing it out like that the previous turns. Because turning off fetch lands is huge against miracles when we've seen like multiple Mystic Sanctuaries and stuff. Whew. Who says Eldrazi is not the thinking man's deck? I do. It's not. But sometimes you gotta do that math. All I had out there was Terminus. Think you should have sandbagged the Electricity you played. Yeah, I wasn't sure, because if you just like play a blocker, I guess a blocker doesn't work. It has to be a removal spell. Yeah, what was the 4th kill thing? Was it Doomscar? That would have been scary. Crush the Weak? Okay, yeah, it was that. It was the red spell, so it didn't do anything. I was having a time trying to like figure out what the foretell card was. Thinking about it. Kind of wanted the 3rd creature in play. Maybe it's wrong. Because you wouldn't need exactly... If I put the 3rd creature in play and you Terminus me, then you're at 1 life versus me who has an uncastable Plague Engineer in hand. But if you just draw, like, Plow, then I guess you just Plow... You have to Plow discarding your other card to the Smasher. And you have to chump block the Endless one with the 1 Monk you have left. And if I draw a black source for the Plague Engineer, you just die anyway. Maybe. I was a little concerned about it being like that Angels card. It's like having the extra body in play matters. But even then, not really, because you have to cast it for 4 mana to get 1 Angel. And then I still have lethal because the Smasher has trample. Yeah, maybe we'll... not sure. Yeah, the foretell thing fucked me up. I didn't know your list. I was trying to fucking piece it out in my head. I was like, are they playing Doomscar? That'd be really fucking bad for me, huh? But like Doomscar is really hard to cast at that point because you have like one white source in play and you're at 1 life, so you would have to have like natural like second tundra or basic plains. So that's why I mean my reasoning was like if it is Doomscar, it's probably uncastable. The Angels thing, I don't know what else. I don't think it could be other spells. The other thing, the Crush the Weak thing, was brought up, and I was like, if it's that, then I think my play's fine regardless. But yeah, I think the difference in top decking Sermus and Source of Plowshares, top decking Source of Plowshares is more winnable for me by not casting the guy than if you draw Terminus. So maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to just sandbag that thing. Is there anything else that punishes me? Because like Snapcaster Mage is the biggest punish, right? Because that means you can double block my 3/3 and Plow the Smasher. Yeah, that'd be horrendous for me, huh? Snapcaster is effectively Terminus, except I guess I gain 5 life and you discard a card, so... And again, if I draw a black source for Engineer, I don't win in that case because the monks are not humans. But you'd have to chump block the 3/3 with the Snapcaster at that point. Yeah, it was probably correct to not play the Endless one in most cases. But yeah, GG's. Alright, now that that crisis is over, I should put up a title, shouldn't I? Oh, the last time I turned the title was the Energy Split Format Showdown. Legacy Challenge with Black Eldrazi. 1-0. This is not centered. That's probably centery. Close, I guess. We'll think. Yeah, there are not a lot of top decks in any world that get you out of there very well, but yeah, it's definitely close. And yeah, I think Snapcaster's still better for me than Terminus if I don't play my thing. I mean, if I do play my thing, then the Snapcaster means you have to double trump block or you die. So it is it's way better against Snapcaster Mage. Unless I draw the black source the following turn for the Plague Engineer in my hand. Because then I can clear one of the monks anyway, but... yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back, chat. There was the crisis with Lily being in my room for a bit, and during the middle of the match that was unnecessary stress. But now that the match is over, I'm going to go check on the whole dog situation. So I'll be right back. Also, the next match is probably starting pretty soon. We only have two... The next round's starting pretty soon. We only have 2 matches left. Alright. Everything's good. There's only 1 match left. It's into play. Yeah, that tracks. Mono green post. My post match is probably horrible with this deck, right? Especially because I cut all the wastelands. I have like chalices in my deck and stuff. Chalice actually isn't that bad against green post. Crop rotations and Elvish Reclaimers. And maps. swap back to the deck list for a little bit as people are trickling in and out. This is what we got going on. Plague Engineer Eldrazi. Not that Plague Engineer did anything helpful that game or that match. Karn was good though. I put the Karn in the sideboard specifically because I wanted like some extra oomph against creatures, or not against creatures, against control decks. Really panned out exactly like I had planned in that game of 3 when they like the exactly what I figured was going to happen. The force into hold up plow against Thorn. So the Karn made the plow turn a lot more awkward because they didn't get to like plow the second Thought Knot. They got to plow a Karn Struct instead. Yeah, just a little bit of extra oomph, certainly. How's everybody doing? What are the big name records? Ozzy's 1-0, Fenris is 1-0, Fish Doggery is 1-0, Arkin's 1-0, Achilles 1-0, D'Amato's 1-0. Who is Ozzy 96? Because this is like actual Vuk, right? But I've seen this. Is this like... I genuinely don't know who this is. Testacular is 1-0. 17 is Vuk, 96 is a random guy, but he's been around for... Okay. Maybe it's just another person who's as fond of the name. I wasn't sure if it was like a parody account, like Negator69 or whatever. Monkeys Can't Cry. 1-0. Grizzlepuff 1-0. JPA. Strifo. Who's 0-1 is the other question. Coder is I find in my swapping into Stompy Shells that Coder is a really hard card to beat. Card's really rude. It's got so much toughness. Coder is my pet card. Coder is a lot of people. Probably the whole entire Maverick community's pet card, honestly. I would never play Coder. I don't know if I've ever... I know I've played Coder before. I've done a couple of Maverick donation leagues, I believe, but I'm not the biggest Coder guy myself. Wasted many... yeah, I know a lot of people that have wasted a lot of time and energy trying to play Coder in Modern. Collecting Company into Night of the Reliquaries. The Retreat to Coral Helm deck. Jeez, dog is just shrieking outside. She's so upset that neither of us are accessible. Top 16 finished a classic with that. Nice. Alright, fine, I'll let her in. She's gonna be a terror, though. She's gonna jump on the back of the fucking chair and try to jump on the bookshelf like a little goblin. Alright, come in. There you are, punk. JTMS was in it, so it wasn't really a Coder deck. Top 16 finish on my F&M with Coder. Nice. How many people were playing? 15? 8? Alright, you can come up here. Come on, kitty. Come on. 7? Yeah, exactly. Come on. There you go. Say hi to the chat. Say hi to the chat. Nope, she doesn't want to say hi to you guys. She wants to rub her face against my beard. As she likes to do. And now she's going to crawl up on the top of the... Yep. She's gonna crawl on top of the chair and try to get on the bookshelf like the monster that she is. Okay, sometimes she just like to sit on my shoulder, which is nice. Yes, just hang out there, please. Please just do this. And not be a monster. What a sweetie, yes. When she's not being a horrible gremlin. Who took that last match? Why do I hear a sound? Oh, Cat's also here trying to get into a cardboard box. Gotta hate all of you. You can't stand on my shoulder like this one. Sitting in the lap for 3, I'm screeching fist, yes. Or trying to knock all my shit over. There is a cat. There was a cat on my shoulder. Now she's investigating the second cat in the room. I have to like sit with my chair angled so like the back's over here, so she can't reach the fucking bookshelf. It's the worst. Yeah, tactical chair positioning. It's just move the whole bookshelf. It's fine. The bookshelf's where all of my stickers, hand, there we go. Stickers and Thalia art are. Okay, goodbye. Go bug your sister. Don't bug me. As soon as the match starts, 12 seconds, she's going to jump onto that fucking desk over there and start knocking the... I see some pencil, I see a glue stick. She's going to knock it all over. As soon as the match starts. Oh, they're fighting instead. Cat fight. You're off D&T? We're not playing it right now. Not interested in playing it in like week 1 challenges for sure. When a lot of what I predict to be the stronger decks are like pretty bad matchups for Death and Texas. Kind of waiting for the field to level out. This hand is pretty bad, I would say. Wonder Pro's like a Doomsday player, right? Pretty big challenge. It's the norm. It's like 100 and something people. It's a little bigger than average, definitely. Like the numbers have been dwindling. I think I have to keep this one. This one's awkward, especially if they're on Doomsday. This Plague Engineer's bad. Oh, I guess I get to bottom the Plague Engineer. Like turn 2 Chalice on the draw. It can be on any combo, yeah. Which makes me kind of want to just keep this like Chalice hand on 6 rather than trying to go to 5. Try to snipe like a Soul Land or a Petal off the top to Chalice on turn 1. And we have like a 4/4 Thought Knot. Maybe I'm actually supposed to bottom the line to keep the Engineer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Engineer is Doomsday and Tess Reanimator. Yeah, well, if they're on like Tess or something, Engineer might be useful, but get out of here! My god. I think I'm gonna keep this and not be super stoked about it. Maybe I'm supposed to fire off the Chalice on 0 here. Although it's hard, there's no like not a lot of tells that show me like, oh, they're playing Ant versus, oh, they're playing Doomsday. Like if I could confirm they were on like a Storm deck better, then I would rather Chalice on 0, but obviously against Doomsday I'd much rather Chalice on 1. Let's draw Soul Land. I swear I bottomed you. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, clearly not Tess or Reanimator. I'm fairly confident it's just Doomsday. Which means I definitely don't want to like play this Chalice on 0 because it's pretty minimal in power. We could obviously just like die easy Dark Ritual Doomsday or just like get this Chalice dazed or whatever. Let's just draw a Soul Land. Hey, We can cast this, right? I like this last turn, but I'll take it this turn. A Thought-Knot Seer. Definitely like that. It means that I get to play this Chalice into Daze or whatever, and then get an uncounterable Thought-Knot the next turn at least. No Soul Land. One of the differences between Petal and Spirit Guide there showing up, shows up a fair amount of the time, is that you can't grab fast mana with your Once Upon a Time, besides Soul Lands. You can't, like, grab ESG there to play around Daze if I wanted to. I'm gonna beat this cat's ass. What are you doing, punk? Maybe this just resolves. You never know. Maybe they have nothing in their 6-card hand with land go. Stop eating that. Nope. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. She's a menace every time. This is just Hardcast Daze. It's pretty easy. Yeah, now we're probably just gonna, like, fucking die next turn before we get to Thought-Knot. But if we don't die, we get Thought-Knot. So, you know. Let's just not die. Have we considered not dying? Alright, that's good. That's good for me. Excellent. Thought-Knot time. Uncounterable Thought-Knot's good. Wow, this hand is not very good, huh? No wonder they've been doing nothing. This Dark Ritual doesn't let them do a ton, right? They have easy Doomsday mana that we can't stop. I might just take the Force of Will so we could resolve a Chalice later. Can you stop for 2 seconds? I told you, as soon as we start playing the fucking game, she instantly goes into, like, terror mode. But yeah, I don't think this Dark Ritual does anything, right? Unless they draw, like, a Street Wraith or something, and then they draw. It gives them more mana to work with, but extra black mana to work with isn't a lot. Well, they could have extra blue mana with this Underground Sea. Maybe I'm just going to take the Dark Ritual. They draw, like, Street Wraith into Doomsday. They'll have 2 Underground Seas in play by then. I don't think any of these cards have text, is the thing. Force of Will can counter, like, a Chalice if I find it, but Mystical Dispute is honestly probably countering a Chalice since I don't want to put it on 1. Maybe I actually do want to put it on. We'll see. I'm just going to take this Dark Ritual, I think. Yeah. Chalice on 2 later, maybe? Yeah. This Dispute, like, that needs so much mana to Chalice on 2 into, like, the Dispute. Hopefully they didn't just... Okay, they didn't just draw Doomsday, so that's nice. I think I'm supposed to just play a big Endless one rather than hardcasting this Once Upon a Time. Dispute was a good take, too. They didn't have a blue. I mean, they don't have a Force now, right? Oh, if I had, like, your Chalice that turn or something. But yeah, I think I just want to get my aggro into play, right? Especially because if they, like, Doomsday down to 7 and they have to do a pass the turn pile. I'm gonna put this Cavern. I'm not gonna put that Cavern on anything. I'm just gonna play Land of War Wastes. Why? Alright, you're getting kicked out. I'm trying to knock pictures off the walls. Absolute gremlin. My god. So now unless their previous top deck was also a draw spell into the Doomsday, they can't just... Oh, that's bad. That could easily be a Doomsday. Oh, well, it's not a Doomsday yet. And now... No, they still have the other UC in hand. They haven't played a land yet. But they would also need to have a draw spell since they tapped so low and we took the Dark Writ. Let's draw Reality Smasher. They could easily have none of these cards in their hand anymore. They probably don't have this UC. I imagine they probably don't have the Force. They probably shuffled 2 of these 3 cards away because they're all so bad, honestly. Shuffled on that Ponder. They have a ton of mana and a bunch of new cards in hand, so we could easily die to same turn Doomsdays now. Oh, they actually have to discard 3 cards, so maybe not. But if they just keep like Doomsday plus Cantrip, I think we just die. Smasher or TKS. Oh, that's not either of those things. I guess I could still... Yeah, I could Once Upon a Time into a Smasher and still have it uncounterable with the second Cavern here. Yeah, Doomsday plus Brainstorm. Doomsday plus like any cantrip probably wins. I'm not a Doomsday mathematician, but Doomsday plus like Ponder or Preordain probably still also kills me, but I'm not 100% on that. Oh, Thought Knot. That's great. It's a great hit. Let's just put this one on Carrier. Not quite Smasher levels of good top deck there, but still definitely getting the job done. Sick. All right. Sideboarding time. These all suck, actually. Plague Engineers. Plague Engineers might come back in if we see some number of like Baleful Strixes, but a lot of the Doomsday lists I've seen lately are just like Turbo Doomsday, just like trying to combo a lot more aggressively and not really like slow staying alive plans like Baleful Strix or whatever. Got like one Reshaper. They don't do anything. I wonder if I'm actually supposed to like even board in Spyglass. Name like Fetch Lands or Street Wraiths or something. Like it might just be better than more Reshapers. We are starting to go down on a number of creatures we have in play, but Spyglass is certainly better on the play when you can like turn 1 Soul Land it.
I'm gonna give Lily free reign along the house, but I'll be in the other room. Here, have some muffins.
Sweet. I made some chocolate hazelnut muffins that I'm going to consume later.
Oh, do you want anything to drink?
Maybe just like the water.
Okay.
Drink it over time. Yeah, Edge of Autumn. And, yeah, Edge of Autumn / whatever. Yeah, Edge of Autumn / Strith. Maybe it's worth, maybe it's not. Jesus.
What was that?
Lily?
Did she fall off of the chair?
No, she, like, threw the chair up in the air. Apologies for the sound, but Lily's bagging here being a terror.
I have this in case I need to fight her.
Doc, yeah, ASMR is one phrase for it, I guess. Yeah, I think this is fine. 19's probably plenty of creatures. This hand has turn 3 uncounterable Thought Knot. It does have Mimic into potentially Spyglass if I want it. Turn 2 Spyglass is fairly weak. Orborg's honestly like actually a little awkward because it actually fixes your opponent's Doomsdays a little bit better. But yeah, I think it's a little bit too slow on the draw against Doomsday. We're mulliganing towards like turn 1 Thorns or Chalices or like turn 2 Thought Knots. I wonder if I'm supposed to keep this. The once only hits Thought Knot is the issue. Like we can't once into Thorns or Chalices. But do I really want to go to 5 against a Doomsday player who kept 7 when they have like Daze Force in their deck? Like, we have all the tools for this to be, like, powerful enough with just, like, a 1 spawn time hit. This is bad. Yeah, this is probably pretty bad. But, like, how many times am I ever winning on a 5 against Force Daze? Alright. We're stopping here. Bottom the second once, and the Land War Wastes, because that means we can turn 2 a Thought Knot. Unfortunately, it's counterable because Low Spell can't make. We're a little bit worried about card quantity because they're like a Force Days deck. They could easily answer our first couple of plays. My Eldrazi opponents always have turn 1 Chalice, use a try harder. Yeah. Rookie mistakes for sure. Yeah, it's a bit awkward because we can't turn to uncounterable Thought Knot with this hand. But on a 5-card hand, I will take the chance for a turn 2 counterable Thought Knot at this point. Cycle Street Wraith. Pass the turn. Dang it. That never works. It worked once, actually. I was playing a league earlier, and my opponent cycled 2 Street Wraiths and passed the turn. It's glorious. Oh, nice. Alright. Just like that. It's a good top deck. So this is interesting. Opposition Agent, a lot worse when you reveal it. It's also very close to uncastable, considering we're about to burn this Lotus Petal. Thought Knot, see, if we take Thought Knot, we could play it on turn 3 with finding 1 more land, whereas Opposition Agent needs either a soul land or 2 more lands. So I think I want a Thought Knot here. And we're just going to put this Cavern on Eldrazi, since it's more likely.
Bed, Lily. Bed.
Yeah. See, this is the things that I'm concerned about, like, mulling super aggressively against Doomsday. It's just like, okay, sure, now I have my turn 1 Chalice of the Void. What are the odds that it resolves? Like, basically 0. Especially on the draw against Days. Much more interested in mulling like that. Alright, we're just dying. Maybe they'll have the Oracle in hand and we'll draw a Lotus Petal. Draw a land, we get Spyglass. Yeah, we're like 99% dead, probably. We also get to see their sideboarding, at least, for Game 3. Not a lot of our hands were going to beat Days into turn 2 Doomsday, so... I guess we would have needed, like, Soulland plus Petal plus Thorn or Chalice. We don't know if they're on the turbo list, right? I guess we'll see when the exile card's here, but yeah, in general, the faster the combo deck goes, the better it is against stompy strategies. Lily is just so loud. Truly insane how loud she is. Please settle down. Yeah, so we need to draw like exactly 1 of 3 pets. So yeah, they're on the turbo list with like a bunch of personal tutors and stuff. There's Edge of Autumn. Oh, they're just killing me this turn because they just have like Petal kill you. Alright, well, guess we get to see their entire deck, in fact. They have this bounce spell. Other than that, they have very little interaction outside of Forced Days. Spyglass can't name LED. I mean, you can, but it doesn't do anything. Alright, so we get to see, 58 of the cards in their deck. And it looks like they have 1 bounce spell and, like, Force of Negations in addition to Force of Voltaise. Oh, they have a lot of Force Negations. They have, like, 3. Guess it lines up well as, like, Chalice of the Void, anti-Chalice of the Void plus Other combo decks. But yeah, we saw like nothing. So we're just gonna hit submit again. They also like can't really. They have one bounce spell to beat an opposition agent. So if we have like Ancient Tomb plus Cavern on Human up, they just like can't win because all they have is a single bounce spell. Interesting to note. Unless they have the Oracle in hand and you like cast the Doomsday to exile your whole library and stuff. I don't think turn 1 Spyglass is gonna cut it. Yeah, Force Negation and Sideboard Plan makes sense against other combo decks and against like Stompy decks. If this was a Thorn or a Chalice, I'm pretty sure this is a Snap Keep, but as a Spyglass, it's fairly weak. Is this turn 3 lethal? Mimic into... I could Mimic into Smasher, or Mimic into Smasher. If I Mimic into Smasher, it's 2... Well, Mimic into Smasher is really bad against Daze, is the thing, so I probably want to Mimic into Smasher. Because I can put back this Petal and just go Mimic, Reality Smasher through Daze. It's bad against Force of Will, obviously, but like going to 5 is going to be worse against Force of Will. And then it's 2, then 15, right? 2 damage on turn 2, and then 15 damage on turn 3, puts them to 3. So if they ever fetch... Hey! Quit it. Yeah, I think this has got to be a keep. Bottom of the Petal here. Just draw like Thought Knot, it'll be fine. Be nicer if we had an Eye here, so we double Mimic on turn 1. Yeah, this is also good versus Force Negation, which is definitely notable. Good versus Force of Negation and Daze, which is like 2 out of the 3 of their interaction points. Which probably means it's good enough. I mean, it's also not good versus just like super fast Doomsday, but...
Why are you on this shelf? Get out of here.
So if they like double fetch and we get to a turn 3, they can't Doomsday. Uh-oh. Nope. Stop. God damn it. Maybe I should have kept the Petal for this line, because turn 1 Doomsday, because then we just have 10? Fuck. Yeah, I definitely don't think we can ship those hands. Maybe I was supposed to keep the Petal. Because turn 2 Smasher can kill here. Whereas, like, obviously if they untap, we're just gonna die. We draw... No, probably none of our draws besides the 3 other Petals are gonna do it here. Maybe getting to turn 3 Smasher with 0 disruption was like too much of a pipe dream, and I should have planned for like what happens if they turn 1 Doomsday me. Yeah, even if we draw Thought Knot, Doomsday can win on a pass the turn pile with just the 5 cards in their library. Even like sniping the best card out of their hand. Unless their hand has like Oracle in it, obviously. It's fairly unlikely. Petal will be on top anyway. Oh yeah, the London Mulligan. Or the London Mulligan on Moto. We'll just draw the Petal anyway. What's up with our Plague Engineer, right? Earlier today. That'd be nice. We'll still have a lot of time to eat these muffins. Time to play Archive Trap sideboard. I think the Doomsday match is like pretty good for this deck. I made some like kind of ugly mulligans, and my opponent had like turn 2 on the play, Daze into Doomsday, and then turn 1 on the draw Doomsday you. So like sometimes you just kind of get got by those. And also I'm like, I think obviously hindsight 2020, etc. But I think that the plan of like turn 3 Smasher for lethal was pretty optimistic, and I think I should have planned for what happens if they Doomsday on turn 1, and have the option of turn 2 Reality Smasher for lethal is much better. Would you like Thorn? Maybe we can actually potentially disrupt them enough. Thorn or Chalice. Depending on what their pile is. They're taking a while with this pile. I wonder what they're thinking about. I have plenty of time. We're in game 3, so. I just want to eat my muffins, though. Maybe they'll fuck it up. Maybe they'll just mess up their pile and die. You never know. Lily, go lay down. There's nothing back there. You can't... Nothing there to sniff. You also can't eat those muffins. They're chocolate. You'll die. Piles without a blue source down are hard. Yeah, that is fair. I wonder why they fetched Swamp then. Maybe they were scared of, like, Wasteland? But how much does this Swamp do if I have Wasteland, right? Alright. So there's Edge, Wraith. Oh, they're trying to figure out how to kill me this turn? Is that... Okay, no, they just putting the pedal down. Well, that's not a very good draw. We can put them to 5, but, like, that's not interesting. I think we're just dead. We have no plays here besides attack them for 4, and then hope that they somehow have nothing. Is a Thassa's Oracle exiled? Are they playing 2 Oracles? I mean, I don't have any plays, right? Force. I think they have a Force Will in their hand. I only count... Oh, no, there are 4 Force Wills. Never mind. Some lists are on 2. Yeah, I saw 1 for a long time. Wonder... I'm not a combo player, so I absolutely don't know the logistics behind going from, like, between 1 and 2. Well, I'm gonna make my only play and then die. Maybe they were trying to think of a way to, like, make sure they can also beat Mindbreak Trap or something. Well, they're literally dead on board, so they're not going to play around anything, because they can't. So they're probably just going to kill me here. Oh, Night's Whisper pile. Night's Whisper, fetch, pedal, kill. Or cantrip kill? No, they just have the second oracle. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think we have that game if I keep the pedal in my hand. Go away. Yeah, I think that was very distinctly a misplay. Planning on, like, casting a Smasher on turn 3 to try to lethal a Doomsday player seems, like, pretty ambitious. Oh well. We live and we learn. Got plenty of time to chat and eat this muffin between rounds, though. You can't eat the muffin. Unfortunate. Don't like taking a loss this early. I think this deck is actually very good, which is why I'm sad about that. But that is the life we live sometimes. Yeah, just like a super minor, like especially in games against like stuff like Doomsday, you don't make a lot of decisions, but the decisions you do make can be super impactful. Yeah, I think we can very easily win that game. I think it would have been smart for me to plan to have lethal to turn 1 Doomsday with like Mimic into turn 2 Smasher, attack for 10. The muffins feel kind of dry. I wonder if I didn't make them right. You can't have the muffin. It's mine. Oh, the texture's better. Still a bit dry. The texture's better when you bite into it, though. Yeah, we're 1-1 now. Yeah, definitely fumbled that game. Unfortunate. But yeah, that one's on me. I think the Doomsday match is pretty good with this deck, which is one of the reasons I'm interested in playing it. I think Doomsday is a really strong deck right now. Yeah, as soon as the match is over, she's like, "All right, well, I'm done being a terror now. I'm gonna sit here and hang." She knows when the matches start. It's the most infuriating thing ever. Please stop this. I would like to eat my muffin. You don't have to constantly rub your face on my face. I do not appreciate this. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It's the beard. She loves rubbing her face on anybody that has more hair than she does. Stop it. Stop it. Go away! My God. You can't eat this. But yeah, overall, I think I'm pretty happy with most of these choices. The opposition changes also just add like another really powerful element against Doomsday. As well as like other combo decks. And even some of the fair decks. Like, being able to try to like turn off Stoneforge Mystic and stuff. It can be nice because like Stoneforge Batterskull is an easy way to lose games with a deck as aggressive as this one. Without a lot of interaction. So I've put an opposition agent into play like once against elves in a game that I was already very far ahead. So it hasn't actually done anything yet, but obviously like a 2 of in the sideboard is kind of niche in terms of actually being able to test it. I will kick you out of this room. I will kick you out. You can't stay here if you keep doing this. I need to eat my muffins between rounds. I'll kill you. She's a monster. She always knows the exact wrong thing to do at any point in time. Like, you couldn't have been doing this during the entire match. Deck main put energy more on separate affiliate with dead some matches. Yeah, but I mean, you always have dead cards in some matches. I was playing Dismember's main deck before, and those are super dead sometimes. And your main has been really powerful in winning game 1s against a lot of like the tribal decks, elves, goblins. Helps against like Baleful Strix. Like, It's nice to have in the main deck because it's good against a lot of like already main decked cards. And it helps out on a lot of like similar matchups as Dismember. And obviously, like, unlike Dismember, it has a body. It can attack. Helpful against like big creatures because it can like sometimes you get brick walled by like a 6/6 Night of the Reliquary or whatever, and you need like the last couple points of damage. So like having Death Touch means it can just attack indiscriminately into large creatures. Better, differently applicable, less scary to cast against stuff like Delver too. Taking 4 damage, casting Dismembers against Delver is always very scary. Stop! I'm gonna keep. You're getting out of here. All right, you're out of here. Get. Get. Ugh. My God. Yeah, I've been really happy with trying out Engineers so far. Like, they haven't even been that good. We've never put one in play yet. We played against a matchup where they are bad. But. Cat kicked out of room counter 2. Well, she's still in the room now. She's just on the ground. I can't kick her out of the room because the door's open. My wife's in the other room. I think on like a Zoom call with her friends or something. But the door has to... We're leaving the door open right now so Lily can come and go between the rooms. Which means I can't kick dog out. I'm trapped in here. Trapped in here with her. Yeah, it was my least favorite thing about playing the challenges is all this downtime. I never beat Paper Mario. I should boot that back up at some point. $118 players means it's really bad for like taking losses early to sneak in. We just have to like win out to get to win this, right? Oh, they don't show the rounds. It's like what, 7 until 128. Oh, interesting. Looking up Wonder Pro's most recent list, and there's a second Oracle in the sideboard. I wonder why that is. Like, what matchups are you boarding in second Oracle for? Maybe you board in second Oracle when you board in the Force of Negations, so like you still have the ability to pitch a Thassa's Oracle as a blue spell. It's interesting. But yeah, these Doomsday lists don't look configured to fight stuff like Eldrazi very well. Probably because they're pretty reasonable against a lot of the Stompy variants, especially with the Force of Negation plan. Better against like Red Prison and stuff. But like specifically Eldrazi, like casting Thought Seers and stuff seems like a pretty decent plan. How's everybody doing in the challenge? Ozzy's 2-0, Monkey's 2-0, Tomato 2-0, Arkin 2-0. I don't know what Fish Duggery is playing. Strifo, JPA. Well, we just gotta keep winning. A reasonable plan. Our games have been pretty tough today. We played against like two good players too. Like Wonder Pro and Lynn are both players that I recognize. It's always tough when you hit like the really good players in the early rounds, because like you always see the good players in the late rounds, but. Three matches left. 2 matches left. Alright, Lily, can I have a treat? Go to bed. Good girl. Good girl, Lily. Stay. Good girl. Alright. This league's going pretty fast. The league, whatever, challenge. Even with 118 players. Wait, isn't D&D supposed to be good now? D&D's probably fine. I wouldn't hate myself playing it. But, I don't know. Didn't really want to play it in a week 1 challenge. I'm waiting until things calm down in terms of like the meta. Everything's everywhere. We play against a bunch of nonsense. D&D's really bad against nonsense. And I think one of the best decks right now, until the meta starts settling, Delver decks figure themselves out, is going to be Doomsday. And Doomsday is just a horrendous matchup for Death and Taxes. So I haven't been super keen on playing it. Modern isn't the only corner that got flipped. Yeah. Modern and Legacy are probably like totally on fire right now. People are just like playing whatever the fuck they want. But there are a couple of like powerful shells that didn't get banned that are still being played. I think Heliod's probably a really strong deck in Modern right now. I don't have a ton of Modern knowledge, but I was playing the mono white Heliod deck in the NRG split format event that I top 8'd, and I was crushing people with that deck pre-ban. So it seems like a powerful strategy to go forward with. Mono Jun. Oh, that's where you are? Oh no, she's back. Well, at least I'm not eating my muffin. So you can sit here now and be less annoying. Anyway, if Modern's Mono Jund, probably play like Yori on Dozen Taxes with like a bunch of like Blade Splicers and shit, right? That seems pretty dope. Blade Splicers, Restos. Or just play Tron and farm jumped players. The alternative. Wait for Strixhaven to ruin anything. Yeah, I mean, not unreasonable. So wait till fucking Modern Horizons 2. That's supposed to come out this year, right? I'm ready for that to just destroy Modern and Legacy again. We'll get Hogak Part 2. This time he also has haste, I guess. I don't even know, like, how many keywords could you put on Hogak that would make it, like, reasonably better? It's like haste's gotta be the best one. In fact. That was not bad. Yeah, it's Phyrexian Hogak. Whatever plane Hogak's on. Invaded by the Phyrexians, get got. Yeah, Hogak, but non-legendary. Hexproof. What is it? What's the text on Gravestorm? Could you give it non-legendary and Gravestorm? That's every card that got put in your graveyard this turn, so that would be, like, just insane, right? Non-legendary Hogak, give it the second card ever with Gravestorm on it. Is it called Gravestorm? The only card with Gravestorm is Bitter Ordeal. Unless I'm misremembering the name of the keyword. It is Gravestorm. When you play the spell, copy it for each permanent put into a graveyard. Oh, it's permanent put into a graveyard this turn. So it's a little bit... It's less powerful for a strategy like Hogak. Because you don't put that many permanents. Although, no, it'd just be fucked up, right? Because then you could just, like... when you go off with Altar of Dementia, it's just insane. Because you would just sack it, and you would recast it, and now you have 2, and then you would sack... And then you would sack those, and then you'd get, like, 4 or whatever, and then just, like, instantly kill them. So, like, with an Altar of Dementia, they just instantly die. So, yeah, non-legendary Hogak with Gravestorm. Easy. Even legendary Hogak with Gravestorm, right? Because with the timing on Gravestorm... It would put each copy into play as, like, because, like, that's how Storm works, so you can sack them in between resolutions of Hogaks. And then, obviously, we also get, like, Renin 7. Although, I heard there's supposed to be some leaks that, like, Ren's coming back in, one of the Innistrad sets. Hey, Hondo, thanks for the 27-month resub. Sorry, you've been going for 27 months. Oh boy, I can't wait to play Creatures with 4 CMC or greater in my favorite Eternal format. Hey, look, if you really think about it, Smasher is like a 3-drop, and Thoughtnaught's a 2-drop. We're fine here. Just don't think about the numbers. I appreciate your continued subscription. But yeah, I'm sure they'll ruin Legacy with, like, Renin 7. It's 1 mana now, and has an extra loyalty, and the plus puts the land into play, and the minus deals, like, 3 damage or something. That's fine, right? Renin 7, but the plus is just it makes a Deathrite Shaman token, and the minus is it makes, like, a, I don't know, an Oko token? Dreadful Arcanist token? And we're back to turning the chair this way so she can't jump on the shelf. Like the horrible goblin that she is. Dropping a couple of frames there. Huh. Going back? Going back to sit on the other shoulder? Nope. She likes this shoulder more. I don't know what it is, but she's always on my right shoulder. She's also digging one of her back nails directly into my neck, and it is pretty painful. Please readjust yourself like a tiny bit. Thank you. Much better. 2+1. One makes DRS. Oh, 2+1s. Yes. One makes Deathrights, the other elk. Yeah. Does it make elks or does it elk things? Or both. Make a 3/3 token. Turn one of your turn one artifact or creature into a 3/3. Starting loyalty 4. Yeah, starting loyalty 4, and no minuses. Then I don't know what the ult does. Probably something stupid that wins the game. The ult turns all of your permanents into non-legendary arrows. +1 return land from graveyard to hand if you cannot draw a card instead. +1 tear all your opponent's X1s to pieces. -7 ban white. Nice. Strong. I think the +1 needs to put a land from the graveyard into play though. Yeah. That's the exact text. -7. Something stupid that wins the. I mean, that's the fucking text they always put. Hey, MTG bot fucking nailed that ban. The auto mod just fucking crushed the spam. Hey, Charmo Goat, thanks for the follow. Can I see what the message is? I should be able to see what the message is though, right? Because like, what if MTG bot like aggressively banned someone who just like said something stupid? I wouldn't want that. I mean, obviously, I briefly glimpsed what the message was, and it was some dumb spam thing, spam bot. But like, what if it wasn't? Can't say that, at least since I'm playing too. Hey, good luck to you as well then. Oh, I can click on it. Okay, I can see it. I can click on the banned message to see what it is. I'm looking forward to Modern Horizons 2 not banned. Yeah, I don't think Automod's tuned for the A. Nice. Starting the next round. You want to become... So the ad was... Want to become famous by followers, primes, and viewers. Oh, sick. It's time to view bot. Unban DRS. I should have an Oko... I have an Oko command, but it should just time out people instead. Like, !unban Oko, and it just, like, times you out for a minute. !Oko, I think, just says, like, eat shit Oko or something. What? What's these second iterations of products are usually worse and less powerful? No, I'm just always scared. Why you gotta redeem this right now, Army? I got a minute. I got a minute to trash talk Luminar Cast right now. Alright. Let's just keep it short, concise. At a minute ago. Aspirant, like, did you see how many fucking Plague Engineers are in the format right now? And like, we can all like laugh and pretend that Aspirant's good against Plague Engineer because it like makes your X1s bigger than an Engineer, but like, realistically, if your opponent is on like 3 or 4, what's more likely going to happen is that your opponent plays an Engineer and like you just all of your human X1s are just going to rot in your hand, and just like now more than even in the last tournament, I think Aspirant has got just even worse, which is pretty impressive. All right, that's about all I got. Seems like on the recording of chat, they can't see redemptions, like on my stream. In my chat over here, you can see the redemption. But you can't see it on screen. So I wonder, like, people watching the YouTube video are like, what the fuck is he talking about? But I guess a lot of people probably know that I have that redemption thing. They're talking about like, why Black Eldrazi, because Plague Engineer is really busted. It's just very, very good right now. Don't really know what this person plays. What the fuck? I don't know what this person plays. It says 14 days ago played Burn. I don't necessarily assume that. This hand is bad. Just a brewer lazy I've never heard of. It's just a variation of Eldrazi Stompy. It says Eye into Thought Knot. This hand's just busted. I think we're bottoming this Endless one so we can Eye into Thought Knot into like Pedal Smasher. Could bottom the Petal. We're on the draw, and like likely draw another mana source for the Smasher. Yeah, let's actually do that. Although, we play around Daze. I feel like a Daze deck. Yeah, let's do that. The Black Splash is just something I've added in testing. It's been done a couple times before, but it's probably combo. Which is nice. It means if I can get to this turn 2 Thought Knot at least. Or just, like, drop Chalice of the Void. But yeah, it's like 90% just normal Eldrazi Stompy. Definitely a combo deck. Sick. Sick top deck. I think this Chalice goes on 1 now that they've also definitely played out this Petal. Could be Doomsday, could be like Ant or something. But Chalice on 1 is probably better anyway. Yeah, Preordained it used to not necessarily suggest more degeneracy because of Arcanist. It could have been like just Blue-Red Delver or something. But now that Arcanist is banned, people are falling off on like extra cantrips. I'll play out the Petal in case if it is Doomsday, then this plays the Chalice around Daze. Such a fucking luck sack. Don't I know it? It doesn't mean I don't get to play the Mimic this turn, but obviously this Chalice is just like super broke. Could be Show and Tell, yeah. That is true. Be pretty bad for me here. We're probably dead. Oh, yep, Show and Tell. Unless they Show and Tell on Omniscience, and the Thought Knot gets to snatch the, yeah, looks like we're getting Show and Told. Hey, not dead. Get out of my face, please. Eldrazi been closer reserve list free. Yeah, Manguchi 5-0'd with a list that is at 100% reserve list free. No, City of Traders even. I don't know if that's necessarily the optimal build, but yeah, Eldrazi's pretty close to reserve list free. Cast the Thought Knot here to disrupt something. They like sneak attack. Yeah, it's definitely Show and Tell. So the little Petal playing around Daze is nice. They might have like Force of Will, then they're down to 3 cards. And we'll be attacking for 10 the following turn. Nice. Resolves. Less nice. The sand is very scary. Well, we can't take sneak attacks. Gotta be the Emrakul here. They can Intuition for a new thing, though, is a fairly big issue. But no, because we're gonna have to tap this Tomb again next turn. So we're gonna go to 14, so we are dead to the Emrakul attack still. They could miss. Yeah, they need to find a land. If they preordain first, they can't Intuition for stuff. If they rip a land, they can cast Sneak Attack. Then they would still need to rip another land to Intuition for stuff. So I think the take just has to be Emrakul here. I don't think taking the preordain. Oh yeah, the preordain's did to the Chalice. That's true. Yeah. So it's absolutely just take the Emrakul here, because the Intuition is just an Emrakul that costs them an extra 3 mana. So yeah, the Emrakul is definitely just the choice here. You're right, chat. If I draw like a City of Traders or an Eldrazi Temple, I'll probably use the Petal to cast the Smasher, because then I'll stay at 16. So if they Emrakul me, I can sack a bunch of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and still have 5 in play because they're taking 14 next turn. Yeah, Chad is always right. Yeah, so if I draw another Soul Line that isn't Ancient Tomb, I'll have 7 permanents in play, so I can sack my whole board minus Smasher, and they'll be at 5 if I get Emrakul'd. They could Intuition here for 3 soul lands. Oh no, that wouldn't work because they can't cast this. Oh, they could Intuition for 3 soul lands, play the Sneak, and then hope to rip a red source off the top the following turn. It's 0% to lose here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, main phasing the Intuition makes me think that that's their plan. Especially if they top decked. Oh yeah, they would still need a threat, that's true. My brain's not firing on all cylinders today. They're just Intuitioning here for threat? You wouldn't Intuition for threat at sorcery speed, though. Because that plays into, like, second Thought Knot. How does Opposition Agent interact with Intuition? I don't know the text on Opposition Agent, but I assume I just get to exile 3 cards from their deck, and I could cast any of them, and they get nothing, right? Yeah, 3 soul lands. So if I give them the Tomb, then they're taking 14, going to 5. They tap it down to 3. I could sack the Smasher instead of the Thought Knot so they don't draw a card. So I think I just give them the Tomb. Well, now we're just dead to the Emrakul, but that's fine. The best we're gonna get. They need to draw on land, and Grizzlebrand's not gonna do it. It's gotta be, they top decked Emrakul. Wow, they actually top decked Emrakul. Fuck me, Jesus. That's just my day, isn't it? Their 2 draw steps were second red source and Emrakul. It's obnoxious. It's probably a pretty easy sideboard plan. I don't know what my opponent is saying. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to bring it onto chat. I don't know. Agent's like not at its best against this iteration specifically, but it's fine. Disrupting like fetches and obviously like Intuition. Better than like random shitty 3/2s that don't do anything. Yeah, it would have been nice to have drawn. We had to have drawn exactly Temple or the 1 city, right? To play around them having that exact line. Like I was talking about. We had to go to 14 because we had to use Ancient Tomb to cast the Smasher. House PT? Yeah, like, a casa is house in, like, Spanish, right? But, like, I don't think that's what my opponent is saying. I don't think I keep Thorn nothing. Some ancient chant for top decking like that, I hope. Probably. Yeah. This kind of like 1 creature and it's probably good enough. Alright, yeah, we'll definitely keep this. Bottoming the... I think I actually bottomed the Mimic here. Maybe I bottomed the second TKS? Really hoping this Once Upon a Time hits a Soul Land. But if it doesn't, I kind of maybe need the Mimic to, like, cast afterwards. But I'm probably going to go Chalice on 1 into Thorn. Yeah, no, I bought him the second TKS because I'm going to lead on City Traders here unless I hit a Soul Land. So I'm going to end up... It's going to be hard for me to hit 4 mana here. Because I'm going to go City, Chalice, Thorn. So I think it's probably correct for me to bottom one of the 2 TKSs. Well, we hit Ancient Tomb, which is, like, the best possible. But now all of our Thought Knots are gone besides this one, but still. Do I want... Yeah, no, I want Ancient Tomb. Now I can Thorn plus Mimic into Thought Knot. Seems fairly reasonable. That's certainly scary. Yeah, this is not the start you want to see when you go Chalice into Thorn. It's just like Petal Soul Lands. Just have all the stuff. So we're hoping this Thought Knot carries me across the finish line here. Well, that's scary. That is a Grizzlebrand attacking me next turn. So I take the sneak attack here. They can't cut. They have to Cunning Wish for Intuition for like Show and Tell, right? Meanwhile, they're at 15. They Cunning Wish down to 13. They take 10 down to 3. They could play the City and not Cunning Wish down to 13. But, like, they cast Cunning Wish. We attack them for a bunch. They cast Intuition. They'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Not necessarily, but 7 mana doesn't get Intuition plus Show and Tell. So I think it's got to be the Sneak here, not the Grizzlebrand. I don't want them to just, like, next turn cast the Sneak attack and then be able to... How'd they get a creature if you took Grizzlebrand? I mean, they could do the same thing, right? It'd just be Cunning Wish for Intuition for creature instead. And it lets them just, like, cast the Sneak attack instead of doing, like, nothing. Getting the Sneak attack in play is scarier, I think. Not 100% sure on that, but...
Oh, cool, Lily's here.
I think the Sneak attack is the better take. They'll probably top deck Emrakul. I mean, yeah, absolutely. But if I take the if I take the Sneak attack, then they're going to top deck Sneak attack. If I take the Grizzlebrand, they'll top deck Emrakul.
Give Lily a treat.
Okay, give me a second.
Lily, don't follow me. No, your dad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty indeterminate, because I'm pretty sure they're probably just on 8 dudes, 8 activators. So I think I just take this Sneak and hope for the best, because it's less mana efficient for them. I think it's actually... They could Intuition... No, they have to Cunning Wish for Intuition. Yeah. It's not Intuition in their hand. They can't just go get Sneak attacks. Also, if we draw another Soul Land, we can play an 8/8 Endless one. Hit them for 12, and that plus tapping the Ancient Tomb, plus like a fetch land will kill them. It's just Cunning Wish. You kidding me? Jesus, these top decks. I mean, this is exactly what I said, right? If we take Sneak Attack, they'll draw Show and Tell. If we take Grizzlebrand, they'll draw Emrakul. God, this has just been a really frustrating match, though. Casa PT. Thank you. God. That's so frustrating. I wonder if block draw 7 is the play here. I think so. Maybe not. They're dead on board if they miss. But drawing 7's a lot of cards, and they have a lot of mana to work with, too. So they're thinking about blocking. Wait, what isn't in their hand? They have 3 cards? Oh, the Grizzlebrand, I think with this land, they draw 7. I think Grizzlebrand means they have to spend this turn casting Sneak, giving 1 turn to smash for 11, turns off Ancient Tomb at least. But it's more mana efficient for them if I take the Grizzlebrand, they can just cast the Sneak this turn. They take a bunch, but they have like an extra draw step there to find a creature. Versus they had to have the Show and Tell this turn to punish me. Maybe it is wrong. I was trying to figure out the back and forth on which one was the correct one to take. I'm honestly not 100% sure. We also didn't know if we were gonna... no, we were gonna smash for at least 10, right? Because then this one was in our hand already. Smash for 10, which doesn't necessarily turn off the Ancient Tomb. It turns off Ancient Tomb plus the fetch, but we don't necessarily draw the land to attack them for 11 and turn off the tomb. Because if we attack for 10, they're at 13. They can't tap the tomb twice. So, like, assuming they would have gone land go, they can't really cast this Cunning Wish very well. They would have had to tap. They would like lose the pedal to cast the Cunning Wish to not tap the tomb. And then they're still at 3, so they can't like fetch plus tomb at that point. So they're down to like 3 mana here. I'm pretty sure taking the Sneak Attack was the correct play. Based on their ability to like cast Cunning Wish and stuff. Versus if I had attacked and they just like City Traders slam Sneak Attack into play, I attack them down to like 1. But then they can just top deck Emrakul and kill me. So it gives them like that extra draw step to hit the creature. Because, like, if they had drawn Show and Tell this turn and put the Grizzlebrand into play at, like, 2 life, they would just be dead, right? Actually, maybe not, because they would have blocked the 7/7, they'd take 6, they actually gain 1 life. But they couldn't have drawn any cards. So it was exactly like top deck, Sneak Attack, or Show and Tell that punishes me there. Alright, well, we're not dead yet. If we draw a Smasher, we might be able to win, right? Well, they're down their show and tell and their Grizzlebrand, so they need both pieces. But obviously they have 9 cards in hand. They need to bounce both my guys next turn. Buys them quite a bit of time. Smasher, Smasher, Smasher. Top deck Smasher. I'm also turning off this Ancient Tomb with this attack here, because they can't Rushing River this turn because it costs 3 mana. And the Thorn's in play. Smasher. Come on, whitelist me. Damn it. I think it's correct for me to play this. Because if I draw another land, they're going to bounce both my creatures. I want to make the Endless one as big as possible. The land's also the 6. Well, I mean, we're at 14, so second Emrakul doesn't matter. We've tapped the Ancient Tomb too many times. This means that I can replay Thought Knot as and replay Endless one as a 3/3, or make the Endless one like a 4/4, 5/5 if I draw another land. Holy shit! Wait, why did they concede? They're not dead yet. But like, fuck, I don't know. I was ready to like salt off about how lucky my opponent got, but I guess that draw 7 just did not break well for them. Whew. Drawing that 7th land to make Endless one or drawing 7th mana to make Endless one a 7/7 to hit attack through a Grizzlebrand with Mimic was, all right. I'll take those, but Jesus, I was ready to be so mad that I'm 1-2 to like the most insane top decks 2 games in a row, but we managed to beat the insane top decks game 2 at least. But now we're on the draw against Show and Tell, which is a real bummer. We had so many hate pieces, and and we were on the play, and that game was also just exceptionally difficult. Ugh. Dos Casa PTs. Yeah, truly a mystery what my opponent was trying to tell me. And, like, why would they type that is the question. Like, is it just, like, a snide remark for, like, I'm so lucky? Or, like, I don't understand. Alright, we just need, like, the God Hand. Probably meant to send that in Discord or something. Maybe. They're just talking to their friends. Like, haha, this guy can eat shit. Am I supposed to keep Chalice on 1 into nothing on the draw? I put it molded to 6. Chalice has proven fairly lackluster. I mean, Chalice on 1 into, like, 4/4 Endless one, which isn't nothing, but it's pretty light on stuff I'm doing. But, like, turn 1 Chalice on 1 is probably one of the best things. Like, what am I mulliganing for? Like, turn 1 Chalice or Thorn into, like, a second thing with 6 cards? Like, maybe I just have to keep Chalice into a 4/4 against my opponent's mold to 6 and, like, hope that that stalls the game enough. I think I am keeping this. We got him game 2, despite... against all odds. Like, well and truly, all odds. Could only draw 7 cards, yeah. If they could have drawn 14 and blocked, and just, like, definitely gone off the next turn. But, like, they conceded at a weird spot. Like, they could just Rushing River my 2 guys, right, and buy time. I mean, I get to rethought out them, so maybe it's just, like, they're never piecing the combo back together at that point. And because if they sack a land, they just sack the Ancient Tomb. Because they can't tap. Come on, mulligan. Go to 5. Is Wasteland not in the deck? No, I cut all the Wastelands to make room for like the Black Splash. You can't play a lot of. I was playing two Wastelands in one iteration, but I cut them for like another Petal and a City of Traders, I believe. This is definitely one of the downsides of like the splashes, that you get less like flex lands, like Wasteland and Factory and stuff. Does XJ Cloud know you're using his stream? Hey, if you think about it, Thorn of Amethyst is a lot like Thalia. We played a Thorn of Amethyst game too. It was great. If it was a Thalia, probably would have been better because it would have attacked for a bunch of damage. But, you know, we all make sacrifices. You're married and suddenly you're playing Eldrazi. Kind of sus, yeah. My wife doesn't want me hanging out with other girls as much. So I had to cut Thalia and start playing a bunch of, like, weird monstrosities instead. She actually does. My wife does actually love the design of Eldrazi. We have a Thought Knot Seer and a Reality Smasher print in our living room. Probably put that in my prenup too. Oh, please don't. Oh, come on. Miss, 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 miss. Shuffled. Well, that's not quite a miss. It's actually kind of terrifying, honestly. Oh, well. You're like, yeah, I am enjoying this deck. I think the addition of Plague Engineer is really powerful. What brought this on? I think Chalice of the Void plus Cavern of Souls is really powerful in Legacy right now. I don't want to be playing Death and Taxes in a turbulent metagame like this. So they shuffled and played Ancient Tomb Go. I wonder if that just means Thorn's better than Chalice of the Void here. Well, it's just chewing on our toy. I've been enjoying Legacy a lot. I literally wasn't playing it for like 2 months, and then they did all the bans, and I'm having a lot more fun. Yeah, I think it is a Thorn turn. It's a little awkward if they just like rip Blue Source and they can continue to cast cantrips, but if they rip Blue Source and then just show and tell me, that's even worse, right? So I just play out my Petal preemptively and almost Chalice on 0 after Thorn. I mean, that would cost 1 mana, so it'd be a little bit awkward, but I see your logic. I could Chalice on 0 before Thorn, but they already burned 1 Petal. Not super keen on that plan. Hey, oh fuck, they didn't immediately draw the Blue Source. Hey, original I've never actually known how to pronounce that part of your name, but thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Ostrus? Yeah. Well, this is all bad. Everything's going bad. Estrus. That's the O silent. Original Estrus. Got it. Everything's bad. Nothing is good. My opponent immediately drew the Blue Source. But they didn't cast a 1, so they didn't like punish. They did punish me for not playing the Chalice on 0, like some of you suggested, but I don't know. I think we're just gonna like die to show and tell now. I think I'm just going to cast a Chalice for 1 and hope for the best. Cast a Chalice for 2, but like that doesn't do anything. If I had an extra, if I like another Ancient or City in my hand, I might actually just play the Chalice on 3 the following turn, but we're just, oh no, yeah, Chalice on 3 would cost too much. 3 cards in hand, they shovel the opponents, maybe they don't. I assume they shovel the opponent because they missed on Blue Source. That was my guess, at least, but guess we'll see what happens. They always have it. My opponent has very distinctly shown me that they always have it. They're just gonna show and tell in Grizzlebrand right now and kill me, or sneak attack in the Grizzlebrand and kill me now. Yeah. Yeah. All right. They're not gonna. All right. Sure. Whatever. Just like, you know, draw another 7, go to 10. Yep, find Emrakul, kill me. What the hell? Moto, please. Triggered ability from sneak attack onto the stack. 126682, comma 582 at the beginning of end step. I think that's supposed to be sacrifice, right? But yeah, we're insanely dead. If we draw the Spyglass, maybe? Because they can't force, because we have Thorn in play. But even then, like, they have 15 cards in hand. Nice, drawing all lands, exciting stuff. I'm just gonna play this endless one as a 4/4 so I don't die till like second Grizzlebrand attack. They somehow missed. I don't think it really matters. Alright. Sure. That was a really frustrating loss. Where's Thalia? On the bench today. Not super keen on registering death and taxes right now. The meta's filled with a lot of like random nonsense. D&D has always traditionally struggled with just like people playing random decks. Could spend my whole stream answering that question. Yes, I will. No, D&D is actually really bad against random stuff because like D&T is a control deck at its heart, right? Control decks generally want to be tweaked towards answering the what else is going on in the format. The other thing is that I think Doomsday is one of the best decks right now, and D&T is a horrendous Doomsday matchup. I would expect to see a lot of Doomsday. I also think like just as the format sits right now, a way to capitalize on the format is with Chalice of the Void, Cavern of Souls deck. I want to try Doomsday, but yeah, Doomsday is. I thought about it, but I'm never good at casting cantrips. But every time I even think about Doomsday, it's just like, man, this is just horrifying. I played Lackey's Goblin Recruiter deck in Vintage, and like that's just like it feels like Doomsday, but like all of my cards are even worse, and it's just like making piles gives me so much anxiety. Because it's like, okay, so it's like, all right, I'll just should pick these 4 cards, but wait, what if they have this? And then you're like, so okay, I'll pick this other card just in case they have this. But what if they have this other thing? That's Oracle Paradigm Shift. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen both the like the Thought Lash versions and also just people playing like Paradigm Shift, Thassa's Oracle, and Merfolk. The Merfolk matchup has got like that addition to Merfolk has made the matchup for Death and Taxes a lot worse. But made Prelodon 2 actually weirdly good against them because it turns off like their bounce spells and the Paradigm Shift. Yeah, the piles with Lab Maniac were a lot worse. I had a friend that got into Doomsday for a while, and like the piles were just a mess. With Thassa's Oracle, like the go-to piles, once you like memorize like these are the piles. Like when you turn one Doomsday against like non-forceable decks, it's easy to just go like fetch Oracle Island or whatever, and like Dozen Texas never beats that or whatever. Or like, oh, my opponent literally has nothing. I thought sees them, and I know they have nothing. I can kill them this turn with like LED plus the draw 3 or whatever. But yeah, they're like whenever you have to come across like any form of interaction, suddenly like the stakes go up a lot in terms of what you're trying to figure out. Just like building your pile to beat whatever hate your opponent could have. Well, I'm bad enough at casting Ponder. I can't fucking cast a Doomsday. I can't make decisions when I look at 3 cards and get to draw 1 or shuffle them. I can't just look through my entire library and graveyard and choose 5 cards to win the game. what, 5 matches left? These are all finishing like, pretty long. If I lose again, I'll probably drop and cut the stream, but we'll see. Koval says piloting aggressive is actually much more difficult than control. To agree with you, you play with what you have at hand and do a lot of math. So I'm getting more respect for Stompy deck. Yeah, like I like to make fun. I'm not a big fan of like the Chalice of the Void is brainless mentality that some people, names excluded, have sometimes. I think Eldrazi specifically is probably the easiest Stompy deck to pilot. But even like we've seen today, we've had like a lot of like decisions that have made or like broken games like wide open. Like a bunch of like combat math and sequencing versus stuff like miracles, like even the mulligan decisions against Doomsday that lost me the game. Like just deciding on like what is the more powerful like turn 1 play, like Chalice or Thorn against various combo decks and stuff. Like the sequencing of your spells is really important in aggressive decks, especially like aggressive decks that have this element of disruption, and like which pieces of disruption are the most important. So yeah, like Chalice is brainless is kind of a cop-out, like especially when people are saying Chalice is brainless when they were playing like Oko Uro decks, like those were suddenly hard. It's like, oh yeah, Oko Uro is super hard when like both players have an Oko in play, and like now you get to like have to like fight each other with like 800 Elks, but like when you play an Oko against a non-Oko deck, it's like, okay, this is easy mode. Choose your ability activations at random and we'll still win the game. Delver decks went up. Isn't D&T? Yeah, D&T. I think D&T is a heavy favorite against Delver right now. But I also think you're heavily unfavored against Doomsday. And I think a lot of Chalice decks are also good against Delver right now. With Oko falling off. Death and Taxes or anything that plays Therapy is most skilled. Yeah, I think Death and Taxes is really hard. Like, genuinely. Not trying to like stroke my own ego of, oh, I play a hard deck. Winning with a hard deck's the same as winning with an easy deck, right? Like, you still get your win. You don't get bonus points for winning because your deck's hard, but Death and Taxes sequencing decisions matter a lot. You really have to make the best use out of your mana every turn. Keeping Petal against Doomsday was an interesting decision in retrospect, or not keeping it. Yeah, definitely. I think my decision was absolutely wrong. Like, hindsight 2020, looking at it from the past, it's like, oh, that was very clearly wrong, obviously, right? Like, my logic made sense in my head, but like if you think about it at the next level, it's like, are we really getting to turn 3 against Doomsday that kept 7 when our hand has no disruption? No. So like, what can we beat? We can beat them casting at Doomsday and passing the turn with turn 1 Mimic, turn 2 Smash or kill you. So like with that keep on a 6-card hand, I think we just have to maximize the number of iterations we can beat. Like I don't think we're ever beating Daze anyway because turn 3 Smasher is just not going to be fast enough, even if it's a turn 3 Smasher around a Daze. Yeah, when people say mirrors are skill testing, it's a big red flag for me. Bigger than like people are like Chalice is brain dead, but like Oko mirrors are super skill testing and hard. Like fucking Tybalt mirrors are skill testing. Like when people say mirrors are skill testing, it's just a huge red flag for me because it just means that like they love jerking themselves off playing against their own deck and like all the other matchups are super easy a lot of the time. Yeah, exactly. Even Stompy decks do have interesting decision lines. Delver at Arcanist, they had a good shot. If they got a creature out for free burn, yeah, true. Goblin mirrors, though. I'll be the first to fucking tell you, D&T, very hard deck. D&T mirrors, fucking dog shit. I hate the D&T mirror, absolutely. It is a nightmare. It is a mess. It's a much better with Skyclave Apparition, but pre-Skyclave Apparition, it was just all about, like, these very, like, building block sub-games of, like, oh, step 1, equipment sub-game. Does someone get GTA Online? Okay, win. Step 2, like flyer sub-game. Does someone have, like, flicker wisps and you can't answer them if, like, the GTAs are locked down? Okay, next. If the board gets to, like, a big board stall, the Monarch sub-game. Like... D&T mirrors are just nightmares, especially game 1s too. When you don't know you're against D&T, it's like, oh, okay, I kept my hand. It's got like a Thalia into a Flicker Wisp or whatever. It's fine against most decks, and your opponent happened to keep a Stoneforge hand, and you just never win. Are you saying that because my opponent keeps Anthalius? So the opponent just... Because the opponent keeps Anthalius and you just lose the mirror? Yes, I always lose the mirror to people that keep Anthalia. 100% of the time. Yeah. People that think... Like, some mirrors are maybe skill testing, but a lot of mirrors are some fucking bullshit. Cloud Pose mirror is probably a nightmare, right? Cloud Pose counting all loci. Depths mirror is pretty interesting. Yeah, I could buy that. There are certainly some decks that have interesting mirrors. Some control matchups, some control mirrors can be interesting because, like, the games just always go to, like, turn 500 and you guys both sit there with 7 cards in hand casting no spells and just hitting, like, your 25th land drop. Which some people do find interesting. But, like, Oko Uro mirror being interesting, Tibalt mirror being interesting, fucking eat shit. Burn mirrors are just, like, toss spells at face, occasionally at dudes. Go from there. One person stumbles and instantly dies. Hey, quit that. I need to move this other chair so she can't have access to the window. Don't do that. There you go. Yeah, that was the case of a lot of, like, classic, especially, like, standard control mirrors, was, like, who misses their first land drop and has to cast their spell first gets, like, super punished. But it does extend even to, like, older formats, too. Looking sharp, thanks. Yeah, I got my haircut when I got married. I'd not gone to a haircut for, like, 11 and a half months, I think. But I was like, alright, well, I'm going to record my Zoom marriage call, so I should probably actually look like a presentable human being, since this video is probably going to all my relatives. It's the worst, though, because I got my haircut right in, like, the worst part of winter, so my ears are always cold when I'm walking outdoors. I liked having long hair. It kept me warm. Nice thing about masks, too. Like, it actually keeps your face pretty warm when you're walking. Oh, God. Keeps your face pretty warm. Hello. I don't know what your plan is. How are you getting up there? Oh, you're going to use me as a footstool? Can you get there? Alright. Good for you. Haven't gotten a haircut in more than a year. That's not only because of COVID. Hey, I respect it. The games between decks that play in the same area but are noticeably different. Yeah, that can be interesting. Yeah, the differences in control decks, or, like, the differences in various creature decks and stuff, too. That can definitely be interesting. When I get married, the 3rd. I got married right at the start of the month. We've been engaged for a while. We got engaged right before COVID, but we just got all the legal stuff out of the way, since obviously we weren't going to do a wedding during COVID. So we'll just do all the big ceremony stuff sometime after. But that's on hold for a while. Oh, nice. Fishuggery beat Wonder Pro. Need to message him and thank him for avenging me. I think Sneak and Show general, it's definitely a matchup that is worse for me by like doing my fancy splash stuff. With Thorns, Obfuscation isn't exactly a powerful tool in the matchup, and I lose out on like Wastelands and stuff, which are good at denying mana. Constraining mana versus combo decks can be important. We've not played against any of like the we've just hit like Miracles combo. Which like these opposition agents still getting some use potentially. I wonder if I even want more. How many matches we got left? 2. So let's go last round going to close to time. Guess he's probably playing some slow deck. Update the are all sad 1 and 2. I'll keep playing until we probably pick up the 3rd loss or something. Oh no. Why is our doorbell ringing again? Got our like 1 package. Lily immediately sprinted for the front door. Still gonna kill some time here. Not a good day for Tess. Cook O2 drop. Reverse O3 drop. What's up?
Your mic arm is here. Do you want to set up midstream?
Probably not, because I'd probably have to like unplug my mic and stuff. But
Okay.
oh yeah, I'll just set it up later. glad dog finally settled down. For now, until we start round 4. Yeah, I need to actually be able to kill time between these rounds. I feel like we're too far into the event that I don't want to like boot up Paper Mario that I haven't played in like 4 months or whatever. I don't remember what I was doing. I don't remember how to fucking play. Hades. I do have a new system, so it's easier for me to boot up the Switch on stream. I haven't played Hades in a bit either. Could boot up some like random Switch games though. I'm excited to like probably do some Monster Hunter streaming when that comes out next month. Monster Hunter's game I really like a lot. And it seems like a pretty cool game to stream. One more match. Givers or Death Texas and Ogo for the means improvement. No, I don't think I ever did. I said I would. Did Doc leave? Thank God. I thought about it, but I was just not interested in playing a lot of Legacy. Would have maybe made for a fun meme of like just registering like Astrolabe and Ogo for a league or whatever, but I was just kind of like done with streaming then. Was just not having a ton of fun. Legacy was so bad. I can't believe I was having a legit. Yeah, like I had a pretty bad identity crisis during the Breach era of like what am I going to play because Jeremy's like paper event was coming up and like I felt a lot of like pressure to do well because I've crushed a lot of Jeremy's events in the past and like the Breach era was so miserable, but like the difference between that and like the Oko metagame is like because of COVID, especially like when Oko like Uro whatever destroyed the meta, I was just like I'm just not having fun anymore. Like the biggest thing for me is that I always play Magic to have fun. If I played Magic to try to maximize my chances of winning the most, then I would probably learn how to cast blue spells, right? Blue's like always the best thing to be doing in Legacy, but it's just not how I have fun playing Magic. But like nothing was fun. Playing Magic was just not fun during Oko era, so I was just like, I'm just done. I'm just not gonna do this. I'm out. But now we're back to like what feels like similar to the pre-war era, with a couple of like powerful additions from other cards. Like we got Modern Horizons hooked us up with some stuff. Goblins has some new cards. Plague Engineer exists. Thassa's Oracle is probably the biggest change between this and pre-war meta. There are some like War of the Spark Planeswalkers that are still seeing play, like Karn, Narset, Teferi sort of things. But it does feel like relatively balanced between like Delver's still relatively strong. Different types of control. We're not sure which types of control decks are like the most powerful. People are still trying to figure that out. Stomping strategies exist. Did I say combo? I forget. But like different types of combo strategies. I think I keep saying this because I just think it's true. I think Doomsday is probably one of the best decks right now. I'm not really sure if there's a good like way to prey on that deck. I wonder if just like Chalice of the Voids, and just in general, like stompy strategies are decent against that. I think we kind of saw from Wonder Pro's deck list that I think his deck was teched out to like fight stompy strategies because I think that's one of their worst matchups. Like having force negations and stuff helps you in like stuff like Doomsday Mirrors as well as versus the stompy strategies, especially the stompy decks that play a bunch of non-creature spells like Red Prison or whatever, because you can counter like Blood Moons or Trinispheres or Karns. Chains of Mephistopheles. Hey, I mean it worked decently when I had Spirit of the Labyrinth as my plan. Chains is probably a lot worse, right? Because doesn't it just turn all the draws into loot, so they can still just like mill over their last cards and kill you? Playing against First to Thirst. Man, these hands are pretty miserable. This hand is turn 1 Chalice, turn 2 Smasher with like no regard for my lands. So I think that's fine. I think I'm going to bottom the Smasher and keep the Engineer in case they're like on Elves or some random shit. We can just like play the Petal and Engineer them or whatever. But because I'm probably going to lead on City Chalice on one. I could go Temple Petal Chalice on one. But that leaves me with 4 mana and no guaranteed Smashers. I could bottom a Smasher instead. But that still leaves me with like the same output as I'm probably just going to play Chalice, right? Probably going to go Chalice, City Chalice, Temple, Petal, Smasher, and then I'm going to be left with just a Temple. And I'll have, like, what, Smasher, Engineer in my hand? Maybe that doesn't mean it's correct for me to bottom a Smasher, because the other Smasher is probably never getting cast. I think it's better for me to play the City here. Janosh1234, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. It's our Force Will deck. Okay. Sure. Probably means this Engineer is pretty bad, huh? And Sputteroni, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate the support. Bobble, are they also on like that Miracles list we played against? It's gonna be pretty bad for me when I play the Smasher and it gets plowed here. Urborg. Urborg means the Engineer is more castable in the future turns at least. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna Caution to the Wind. It's smashing time. Yeah, my concern is that they are just like Miracles. Miracles can pretty easily beat a single Smasher. But, like, I'm losing my City, so... Urborg also means that at least we can... Oh, no plow. It's great for me. Urborg means that we can potentially engineer some Mentor tokens. I almost don't want to play this Urborg, but, like, giving them... That doesn't really matter. We can Terminist, maybe? And Stefan84, thanks for the follow. Fetch, alright, that's good. Means we're not getting Terminus. What's the best draw here? I don't know. Castable spell, I guess. Land or castable spell is probably fine, because we get to put a 2/2 into play at least. Smasher means I technically have lethal, but I have to imagine that that's not a very good draw. Have to imagine this Reality Smasher's dying. Are they gonna Terminus me? That's rough. Wait, they preordain top bottom. Oh, they're just dead. Nice. Guess they were just fishing for the blind Terminus on the top bottom there. So this is just looks like the same deck we played against Lynn's deck, right? Miracles with Bauble. So I'm gonna like board in these things over Reshaper, and I cut a petal. I could just cut the other Reshaper instead. Cutting petal is a bit awkward because like it's kind of hard to cast Plague Engineer sometimes. But I also don't like going down on mana sources is kind of nice versus these control decks because the games do go kind of long.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm gonna try and grab you those frog jammies before the
Oh yeah, they're going live in 14 minutes. Did you find the secret website?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay,
I got the Patreon secret password, but
Yeah.
I just have to be fast enough to get it before it sells
Yeah.
out.
They're going live in like 14 minutes, right?
So you can have cute frog jammies, husband.
I will wear cute frog jammies.
You have to wear it on
Happily.
your stream.
Do I? Why would I be in pajamas on a stream?
It's basically a nice shirt.
I guess.
The one you're wearing technically right now is a cute frog
Let's hands gas.
jammy. Hello, baby lily. Hello, baby lily.
Well, it's spawn time for more lands, Thorn, stuff like that. It's gonna be way better on the draw, so we could like, or on the play. I mean, like Thorn into Thorn.
Too many ones. Lily, dead.
Single best card against Doomsday is Trickbind, right? Yeah, probably something like Trickbind or what's it called? The creature that like cycles to do it.
Can you hand me a
Nimble, whatever. Obstructionist. Whoa, that chalice is a sick draw.
good puppy?
Let's find more lands. These
job.
are lands. These are technically lands. They help us cast extra thorns and stuff, so I'm definitely fine with it.
Sit. Keep sitting.
I think we're in a chalice here.
Sitting. Lily.
Maybe not. Maybe we thorn.
Go.
Nah, we chalice. We absolutely chalice.
Sit.
Maybe not absolutely. Would they force a will of thorn? Oh, that's decent. Just have TKS, huh? Do I even want to play all these thorns? So I just want to TKS my opponent instead. Trying to map out the next turns. Kind of like TKSing here while their shields are down. If they have like a disenchant for this chalice, their shields are down on the Sword of Plowshares right now. Whereas if I play the Thorn, Thorn's also like fairly mana inefficient. I think I'm down for just TKS. I should play the Temple, I think. It's kind of minor, but if they like, if I draw like a City of Traders or something, I could like double Thorn the following turn. Well, double Wear Tear, huh? I guess I'm taking this back to basics. Probably can't beat that one very well, huh? Might even, like, not play out these... Thorns very readily, considering they just have a bunch of shatters in hand. I could just, like, play a 6/6 Endless one next turn anyway. If I want. Because they're just gonna, like, cantrip a bunch this following turn anyway. It'd fetch really awkwardly. For the red source, too. Maybe they shuffle it. Yeah, they might put the other one back, that's true. Now that the chalice is already down. Because they do have this brainstorm. We'll see how they map out this turn. Keep in mind that they might have this wear tear in hand or not. I think I'm probably pretty inclined to Thorn and 4/4 Endless one, though. Oh, that's not a very good draw, huh? Playing the Thorn here is kind of cool because they can't shatter it because they only have the 2 mana. They have to, like, Brainstorm right now. Brainstorm and then cast, like, fetch cast the Plow. Then we have 4/4 Endless one here. I think 4/4 Endless one's fine. I don't think I want to wait a turn to make a 6/6. Hey. Don't kick that drawer open. Quit stepping on that. Get lost. Oh, this just resolves. Sick. I wonder if I don't want an Endless one because of Terminus? If they just didn't kill my Thought Knot there? Like, this could just be untapped Terminus you? I can just play a big Endless one next turn anyway. Yeah, maybe I'll just pass the turn. A little skeptical of, like, no answer for the Thought Knot there. Okay, guess I was wrong about that Terminus, huh? Like, this Thorn means that they can't play their, like, big haymakers here. Oh, we get to play a big old Endless one now, huh? Now we get to 6/6 Endless one, I guess. So they currently know the top card of their deck. I guess it's only a 4/4 Endless one, actually, because this other Thorn costs 3 mana now. If this resolves, I feel like I'm not casting the... So they shuffled, so they don't know their top card anymore. So we can play this Endless one out. But it could get really big. Like, we can play it for, like, 8. And they're at 9. Depends on if they have, like, Plow or Shatter. Yeah, they're just tearing that. They don't know their top card anymore. Hey! Fucking cat. Knocking over the garbage can. She's a menace. It's just whenever I'm just sitting in downtime, she's not doing shit. So they force pitched Brainstorm here. They have 2 cards left and Unknown. I like the Endless one now because it puts Lethal into play. And they might be trying to set up for like a 3-drop here. Like a try Back to Basics me or something like that. Could be set up for like Supreme Verdict, which is a little bit dangerous. But they would need like land plus Verdict. Uh-oh. Might be land plus Verdict time. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Oh no, it's just Mentor. Nice. Alright, come on, Black Source. Engineer, it's your time to shine, bud. I mean, we should still have good attacks here regardless, but... It's much better if we just get to engineer the monk away. Yeah, well, I'll take that. It's not quite engineer the monk away, but it is put you to 3 with a chalice on 1 in play with 2 4/4s. Bobble's a good start for them. Yeah, you gotta cycle that. Alright, everybody. Channel your energy for me to draw this black source for this engineer. Toss in the ponder to get more tokens, but they still have really bad blocks. Unless they draw a castable spell. Their blocks still aren't great because they like can double block and they lose their whole board still. Unless they draw a castable spell that costs not 1 mana. Attack. That's super aggressive. Wow, these are some uncastable spells, huh? I guess if this was their plan, then attacking's like fine, because they weren't going to block with this. Alright, double mentor jump block, unless their last card in hand is a spell. Terminus off the top of Bauble. Yeah, I mean, definitely you cycle the Bauble there on purpose, like sorcery speed, so you can potentially cast a spell. If they drew a 1-drop and could cast it or something, they could potentially make a 1/1 chump block 1 and then 2 2/2s trade with the Thought Knot at that point. Keep turning these guys sideways. If they have a 1-drop, it's just a full trade for boards and they draw a card. So they'd make 2 3/3s and 2 1/1s. Yeah, this man base is incredible.
Hey, husband.
What?
You would be expelled, right?
What? Yeah.
For the frog jammies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I specifically put like more black sources than a lot of people in my deck. So this doesn't happen as often, but obviously with these splashes sometimes you still get fucked by your like 14 colorless mana base or whatever. So what is this? Just oh no, it's gonna be like eat and chump block is what they're gonna do. They're not gonna full trade with the endless one. It's actually very scary all of a sudden. Could still draw black source and kill them. Or come very close to killing them, obviously. They have 2 spells. 4, 5, 6, 7. Not lethal. Still find engineer. Need black source to engineer these mentors, please. Maybe they just hit 2 lands. We can dream. Realistic is probably just like cast a spell, attack me for 5. I need need to... Yeah, I think I just need to draw black sources the only way I win this. Unless they actually drew 2 lands. I wonder what this tank means. Got one? Yes. More important than this Miracles match is getting Frog Jammies. Sanctuary. Getting back Wear Tear. That's pretty good. And then they attack here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can activate Eye, but I can only cast a 3-drop. I just pass the turn, right? And then they don't have good attacks. And then I can activate Eye for Smasher. Which potentially gets the job done. If they're just going to draw Wear Tear for my Chalice. The other card might be like a cantrip or something and they just like totally fuck me. And I'm dead, but like I can't beat that, right? Like City, like going to 2 life and putting a Matter Reshaper in play isn't going to win. Search by Ballista and kill yourself casting it. Yeah, I don't have any Ballistas in this deck either. I think my plan is just land go. I could attack here. Kill off a monk. I don't think that's worth it. I think it's better to have better blocks. Depends on what their last card in hand is that isn't the Wear Tear. If it's like a Plow or a cantrip, we're probably just dead. If it's a Plow, we just are almost dead. Oh, I shouldn't have 6. Although if it's a Plow, we gain 4 life. So we might be able to still activate this Eye of Ugin. Frog Jammies in late April is worth it. Some good Frog Jammies. So now they have to figure out what to do, huh? Matter Reshaper is the Revoker of Eldrazi. Yeah, I hate Matter Reshaper, I'll be perfectly honest. The card's horrible. Just like medium curve filler. I wonder if it's correct to just be fucking playing, like... Pass the turn, oh boy. Wait, they played a land. All they have is this Wear Tear. They're just dead, right? Or very close to it, because they can Wear Tear this and they have 6 toughness in play. So they can... Wait, we'd have to go to 2, though? But they would lose their whole board and we'd have an endless one because they have to block everything. They have to... They'd have 5 and a 1. So they stack block the Smasher and chump block the endless one. And then they have no cards in hand versus a 4/4. I guess I paid 1 extra, but whatever. Time to smash some realities. Yeah, this means that the only blocks they have available are... Can they block in a way that they don't die and kill me on crackback, actually? Because they don't have to fully block. They could just chump, smash, chump, chump, and I die, actually, right? So I only get to attack with Smasher? But then I'm dead to any spell, right? Because they'll have a Monk and a Mentor in play? No, if I attack with both, they... put Mentor under Smasher, Chump Block, and they have a Monk versus an Endless one. Oh wait, that's the same thing, right? It's just I need them to miss on a draw step. Because they'll just have one Monk in play. And they'll go to 1. Is it this? It's the same thing, right? Because if who is math for? Sometimes math is for attackers, but I think it is correct to attack with both here. Because if I don't attack, we just end up with the same situation that they actually just get to block with, like, double block with Monks, go to 1. Or no, they just block with Mentor and have 2 creatures in play versus my 1 blocker, and then if they draw any spell, they still just attack me because I'm at 2 life. Is them having a spell right now? Yeah, they have a Wear Tear in hand. So I think I just have to attack and hope that they miss on their draw step, right? Is this a not attacking deck? I mean, yeah, I think you guys are right. Sucks that we drew like 3 straight uncastables or whatever. Obviously, when you put like 4/1 spawn times in your deck with like 5 green sources, it happens from time to time. Yeah, they block like this, and then they just need to draw a spell. Yeah, Urborg would have been nice. Take less damage off activating my eye, too. Although we would have won the game like 3 turns ago if this engineer was at all castable. Yeah, they just need to hit a spell. So we just need them to draw a land is the only way we win. Or like another Mentor. They're paying costs. Stop paying costs. Yeah, F. Wait. Oh, they target... Oh, wow. Because if the Source of Pleasure is resolved, they could still lose because we would gain life. But since the Smasher was in play, they could just cast it and have it get countered. Jeez. That was rough. Man, I did not want to cooperate that game. It's probably a snap keep. Turn 1 Thorn, potentially turn 2 Thorn. Just need to find like a land with this once upon a time. Yeah, this hand seems pretty good against Miracles on the play, huh? Thorn into like dudes. Been wondering if Thorn is correct versus like these very miracles-y. Cast the second once upon a time before the game notices he cast the first. Yeah, that was more or less my plan. I think Eldrazi Temple is better than Ancient Tomb. It lets me cast most of my things anyway. It lets me go Thorn into Thorn, and I take less damage. As much as I like Oh, take the Wastes, so I can cast 1 spawn time, maybe? That's actually not unreasonable. Huh. We have like a lot of spells to cast before then, though, right? Fixes my mana for the inevitable Plague Engineer draw, too, though. Yeah, maybe Waste is the choice. Thorn into, like, Reshapers and stuff. Yeah, we're taking a lot of damage, so maybe I don't like this, but... No force. Let it resolve. Let it resolve. Unlucky. Force Will is a reason to probably take the... Oh, never mind. We just top decked Eye. Nice. So we can just cast the Mimic anyway. Dying to my mana in a lot of ways here. Top decking Eye is nice because we get to start getting pressure down too. Next turn we can Eye Vugan into this Mimic, and then like Reshaper, or we can once upon a time Reshaper next turn. We just go to like 13 doing it. Oh no, we can't. Because it costs 3 off the Thorn. So probably just end up reshapering them. Ooh, Cavern. Yeah, I think I just want a reshaper here. The fucking one reshaper in the deck. Yes, very counterable reshaper, because you can't make reshaper uncounterable when you have Eye in play. Such is life. That's the reason I try to cut down on colored sources. Max was talking to me about putting in more Bayous, less Llanowar Wastes, but stuff like that comes up a lot, actually. If you have, like, a Bayou in play, you can't... Bayou Eye, you can't make your, like, Thought Not uncounterable and stuff. Yeah, Bayou's pretty loose. I blame one Bayou right now, but Max was like, you'd probably go up on more, and I was like, I don't think that's true at all. It's really bad whenever you have Eye of Ugin in play, and Eye of Ugin's like one of your best cards. You gonna Plow? I'm gonna hold this Cavern until I find a creature to cast with it, because I might want to ensure I have, like, uncounterable Engineer, or just, like, uncounterable Smasher or Thought Knot or something, obviously. Hopefully we don't get, what, Terminist? Should have printed Snow-Covered Llanowar Wastes. Yeah, just so I can play more. Don't do it. Alright, no Terminus. Cool. Feels like you don't want to increase those odds in favor of saving a couple damage. Yeah. Oh, alright. Well, I guess we're caverning on Eldrazi, huh? They brainstormed, did not shuffle, but they also didn't Terminus these things away. I mean, I think putting them to 1, assuming they have nothing, is pretty good. If they have Plow, they have to discard another card just to beat the Smasher. So yeah, I am absolutely just going to make... Smasher time. If they have removal, they have to discard a card, and they still take 8. If they don't have removal, they go to 1. So even if they have Terminus underneath the last card, they're at 1 life, so all their fetches and stuff are turned off. And we have actually castable once upon a time to find the last points of damage. No responses. There's the Plow. They have to discard extra cards to the Plow and still take 8, going to 6. Discard Mountain, sure. Engineer's a nice pickup. Don't think I'm casting it this turn. We'll see. Guess we'll go to combat first. They have, like, Snap Plow. We might have to, like, put a creature into play rather than casting this once upon a time. Is this Snap Plow? If they have Snap Plow, you lose. That's not true. We get a trigger offer. Oh, no, they Plow the Mana Reshaper. And we have once upon a time to go find, like, Smasher or Thought Knot. They're down to 1 card in hand after Snap Plow resolves. I wonder if I wanted to Engineer on Human against Snap Plow, because they didn't have Mentor that turn clearly. So, like, Engineer on Human was better at dealing them extra damage. I think I'd rather once than Engineer. They're at 5. I think I'm once upon a timing now. Shields are down from Thorn. Oh, well, Endless One, I guess. I don't think I need multiple engineers. I could just play like a 3/3 endless one. They're at 5. 3/3 is probably a pretty good endless one, right? Doesn't get blocked by like Snapcasters. If they do have Mentor, we have Engineer. Like super big endless ones don't matter a ton. The Brainstormer ruins the basics. That was a good draw. Oh, I'll just Chalice for 1, I guess. Yeah, lots of plows being cast. Getting back to basics, yeah, that's kind of what I anticipated. That's why I tapped the Cavern over the Llanowar Wastes. So we have a Stone's Throw of casting this Engineer. Sick. Go get a Mimic. I believe in you. This. Oh, predict. Blind predict, it looks like. Oh, they're in their upkeep. They might know this card? I have no idea. Okay, they do know the card. Interesting that they actually milled their... Oh, because they can't cast the Wear Tear, duh. Oh, Engineer time! Urborg lets me tap Ivugan. So I think I want to put this Engineer on Monk. Think about like exactly Snapcaster Mage as Ambush Viper here. Why not Human? Because if they have Mentor plus like spells to cast into the Chalice of the Void, they can set up blockers. Better because your last spell ever. Yeah, I know. Like if they just have like Mentor into cast a spell into Chalice of the Void, my entire team is just instantly bricked, right? Whereas if I attack into the Snapcaster Mage, they're down to 1 card in hand and I have a 2/2 at least. Nice. Yeah, I don't think Snap's a disaster. Disaster would be top deck Terminus Blind, but I think I really want to put it in another creature and to play lethal them. Monster Mentor is a human, but the tokens are not. The tokens are monks only. No problem. Monk. Yeah, it'd be nice if Mentor tokens were humans, huh? Come on. Get them. One-time dealer. Land. Can't hardcast Terminus. There's the Mentor. Alright, so if I attack here, they can cast a spell into the Chalice and then trade with Engineer, but that means they're at 0 cards in hand and 1 life. If I attack here, if they don't have any spells, they can trade with the Mimic still. But again, they're at 1 life with a Chalice in play at that point. What if I just attack with the Engineer? Is that... No, that's worse if they do have the spell, right? Because then they're still at 3. It's probably realistic that they have the spell. I wonder if I want to put this Chalice on 0 to stop baubles. Also stops my petals, but I can't... Oh, I can't. I can't cast this anyway, because of the Thorn. I was about to say it stops my petals, but I can't cast the petals, but I also can't cast the Chalice. think I am just sending the squad and praying. Eldrazi is like a Galaxy Brain meme in real time. Blocks. Sure. One life. Hold. Hold. Stop. Stop. No. That's, you can't cast Terminus. Terminus is too expensive. Yes. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Thought it was going to be a Jace. Yeah, I absolutely thought they were about to just Jace bounce my engineer and just absolutely fuck me. we were so dead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. These fucking Miracles matchups are the most narrow margins ever. Ugh. Miracles matchups are tight. I'm very curious if they had the one drop for the mentor. Eldrazi Stompy secretly. Yeah, we've had to think on like a lot of our, like very complex like attacking and like sequencing of spells and stuff in all of these matches. Like, yeah, sequencing your mulligan decisions with the deck are actually really hard because all of your lands do like individually very good things that all synergize with your basic game plan, but like some are better than others in all these different cases. Like we on turn 1 we chose, in no small part thanks to Patrick actually suggesting it, that we take the Llanowar Waste over the Eldrazi Temple on turn 1 on a Once Upon a Time. And that Llanowar Waste was the only reason that we could cast the Once Upon a Time or the the Plague Engineer was because we drew Urborg for the Plague Engineer. But like the Llanowar Waste was the only way we could cast that Once Upon a Time down the line, which found us like that endless one on that turn. I was ready to fucking take the Eldrazi Temple because I wanted to like maximize my power output of like my early turns, but in like long games like that, it is often correct to like plan for those late games. Like we want to use every card in our hand every step of the way. I'm starting to wonder if boarding in Thorns is even correct against Miracles. I'd like it the most, out of all the control decks, I like it the most against Miracles, because Miracles is very wheel spinny. Like, they just cast a lot of spells that don't do anything to find their spells that do things. Every time I play it, it doesn't seem that powerful, but, I mean, my opponent had to, like, blow a bunch of them up and, like, force to will them in, like, those games, so, like... It's, like, okay, but, like, is it better if it was just, like, another, like, random piddling creature? Probably not, but maybe. Yeah, definitely. Thorn's much better when you're, like... Maybe Thorn's, like, better on the play than, like, not necessarily on the draw. Because Thorn gets a lot worse the longer it takes you to put it into play, right? Whereas Chalice is really good against Miracles at a lot of different stages of the game. Because they just have, like, so many, like, important ones still. Versus, like, Thorn kind of gets outclassed if you cast it on, like, turn 2 on the draw or something like that. How's the challenge going? Have you broken? No, we're 2-2 right now, but we got fucking stone colded by Sneak and Show. with some exceptional draw steps, and I misplayed against them in my Doomsday matchup. But I think this deck is legitimately powerful. We have not really seen the strength of Plague Engineer. We've played against... I mean, I guess Miracles is actually still pretty decent because of Mentor. But, like, we've seen Miracles, Doomsday Sneak, Miracles, and, like, none of the piddling creature decks, which is one of the reasons I wanted Plague Engineer. I think this deck is strong, but sometimes you have an off day. Sometimes your opponents run hot. Sometimes you run a little bit cold, or you make bad decisions. But the mana base, I think my mana base was already pretty conservative, and it might like still want other black sources and stuff. There's only one match in progress, but we can think about it for a little bit. One match left with Miracles is faster than Snowco. Yeah, these matches have been going by pretty fast. So we currently have 15 ways to cast a Plague Engineer or like a sideboard opposition agent. Which, I don't know the math on that. Go look up Frank Karsten's math or whatever. But like 15's like decent. Petal's probably not like a full mana source. It's probably a little bit closer to like 14 or 13 or whatever. But I think, as far as this Eldrazi deck goes, these are extremely locked in. I really like the 4th Eye-Vugan. There are a lot of Wastelands right now, and Eye-Vugan is just enables like your most busted starts. The City of Traders is kind of a flex choice. I kind of liked having a 5th Soul Land that actually lets you turbo out stuff like Opposition Agent and Engineer. Like Eldrazi Temple and Eye-Vugan don't let you cast those spells. But like City of Traders, Petal, or like turn 2 City of Traders after like turn 1 Black Source or whatever, lets you like turbo out your black spells still. It's possible that I could maybe... I was playing 3 once upon a time in Eldrazi for a while. Maybe I could go to like 25 land and 3 once upon a time. But it's a little bit awkward. 25 land, 4 Petal. It's a lot of mana sources. Once upon a time is nice because it can be a mana source or a creature, depending on what you need to do to fill out your hand. I think the mana is fairly good in this deck. Oh, good is relative, I guess. Did rental service fuck you on petals? I won. I think I own 3 petals for some reason. This one was probably the rented one. I was just like right click, move all that you don't have into a wish list, and then export the wish list, and then upload that to card hoarder or whatever. Buy the 4th. This is why I'm 2-2. I should cut the 4th petal from the deck because it's mismatching. What is Karsten knowing? Let's check the Karsten math anyway. In a 60-card deck to cast a 2 and a colorless. So what does this say? Two and a colorless, it says number of color sources required is 11. We have way more, but I don't know what the percentage is on that. Oh, he's got the chart here. Okay. What a PVDH tweet. Getting a lot of questions on mana bases. There's a lot of text. I'm gonna look at this chart first. So if we have 15 mana sources, let's count the petals as like a quarter of a mana source. Then we get to what? We get to 12, and we're still like 94%. Even if you count it as like 1 in a colorless, like if you want Tomb specifically or whatever, it's still like 90%. I think maybe this mana is like too conservative. Maybe we can cut the Bayou for something else. But I really like having like 15-ish. Like this like range is still really is really good and consistent for like actually casting your spells. It's not even factoring in Once Upon a Time as like kind of a color fixer when you need it. I think statistically our mana is actually a lot better than it looks. What's PVDH's? Let's look at this now. I don't know what I'm looking at all. With more than 14 blue sources, when you're doing Riot, they cast turn 1 blue spells, like Ponder. Yeah, we have 15 black sources-ish. Yeah, I'm actually, like, fairly surprised that our mana is as good as it is. I expected it to be a lot clunkier. But, like, looking at the math, our mana base is pretty good. Ugh. Much worse than obviously casting, like, Once Upon a Time, but Once Upon a Time is less necessary to cast. Keep logic is different. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. Like, Cavern of Souls also isn't always a black source. Lotus Petal's not, like, a consistent black source all the time. It's obviously harder to check than, like, just looking at a spreadsheet or whatever. But I think, like, given how good the numbers are just at face value, I think the mana base is actually, like, fairly decent, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, the percentages that he gets from his chart are based on, like, some, like, mulligan math and stuff, too, which is, like, we're not mulliganing hands that don't have black sources as much. Which are, Underground Sea? You mean Bayou? We wouldn't play Underground Sea because we don't have anything blue. We have one Bayou in the deck right now. That's, like, the 5th Land of War Wastes, kind of. They're still going. No, I mean Underground Sea. Oh, I don't know why I would play Underground Sea then. Don't have a lot of blue spells to cast. Is White Eldrazi a thing in Legacy? Yeah, kind of. I've seen the White Eldrazi lists before. Not the biggest fan of them myself, but actually, I wasn't bad. You could play the Snow Jewel and Splash Snow. Yeah, play Astrolabes. Well, just play Prophetic Prism. It's like Astrolabe, right? But it's much better in Ancient Tomb Chalice deck anyway. Have I tried cutting the chalices for Brainstorms? I've thought about it, but I'm much better at casting Chalice than I am at casting Brainstorm. Yeah, Prism off Ancient Tomb. That's basically Astrolabe. Would Foreclosure Loan be better if we cut Chalice away cantrips instead? I've long been a proponent of, like, Chalice of the Void is not that good. I mean, that was the issue of Four Color Loam during, like, the Oko era, right? Is that, like, sure, you could play Blue Loam or whatever, but why would you play Blue Loam when it's just, like, a Chalice of the Void Oko Uro deck when, like, cantrip Oko Uro decks are just better? I don't want Connor to hurt me, so I won't ask the Loam Discord. Yeah, it just, like, plays worse with, like, stuff like cantrips play worse with stuff like Mox Diamond, right? You're kind of like a Loam engine deck at heart. What Eldrazi is playable too inconsistent? Yeah. Go to you to Fish Duggery. Special kind of person to see Brainstorm legal. Yeah, I mean, Brainstorm's a hard card to cast. I never learned how to do it, so I'm not about to learn now. This is just not the type of magic I like doing. Spinning my wheels doing nothing is, like, kind of boring for me. I like to do things with all my spells. Some people really like cantrips because they make you feel really smart sometimes. Like, all these different micro decisions in a given turn. You can see so many cards and make so many decisions about it. But I don't know. I like doing, like, big macro decisions, sequencing your like your big impactful spells every turn. Doing nothing. You look me in the eye and tell me casting cantrips is doing things. Casting cantrips is the definition of just spinning your wheels. Like Brainstorm to fix my bad mulligan skills. That is a good one. Just snap keep all your Brainstorm hands and then You can just draw. They draw your good cards. Oh, Fish Dugger, you're 4-0. Sick. I missed that. Kill him. What are you playing? Deciding to put in this the turn second or third is very hard. Yeah. You cast your Ponder against the creature deck. How many creatures are they going to have by next turn? Don't put it one below? What if they have Smash or whatever? Come back 3/2/3. This hand's a bit awkward, but it's got turn 2 Thought Knot. So probably is a keep. Double Chalice, and neither of them are castable, is a little bit clunky. We could draw Petals or Ancient Tombs. Or Once Upon a Time. Make it better, but I don't think this hand's a mulligan, certainly. Basic Mountain. Oh boy, we in this bracket, huh? I don't think Burn can ever beat a turn 2 Thought Knot Seer, so... I'm gonna play a turn 1 Endless one for 2 so I can trade with this Goblin Guide. They can't? Yeah, I was... I'm vaguely aware of the heuristics between Thought Knot Seer and Burn players, because I played a lot of Eldrazi and Taxes in Modern. I'm fairly confident they just always died at Thought Knot Seer. Sick. You gained me 1 life, Endless one. I'm proud of you. The Plague Engineer on the top of my deck? Yeah, that one's not very good, but... It's TCAS time, baby. Let's take that, Oh, they're on a 1-lander, too? Oh, Jesus. Poor guy. Let's see it. Wow, pop, pop. That's kind of scary. I think I'm just going to take one of the pops because I'm just going to Chalice on one next turn anyway. Actually, I might smash her next turn, but yeah, these pops are going to be dealing me a lot more damage than any of this shit. Oh, they hit the land. They get a double spell here. Goblin Guide, Swift Spear, no attacks. Their hand is Pop Spike. Think... Yeah, 2/2 plus Chalice is my play. That's what I was about to say. Chalice denies the spike. Pop hits me for 6, but I'm still at 10. I just don't play any more lands after that. And I still have, like... I could... If they, like, tap for something else or something, I could, like, play 4th land Chalice on 2 in following turns. I think I'm just gonna play this other temple, though, so I can, like, still smashy. Although... Maybe not. Maybe I'm supposed to play out this Wastes in case I need to cast Plague Engineer. Yeah, maybe the Waste is actually better. Wastes, Chalice, 2/2 Endless one, go. That lets me not hit the 4th land. I can still smash her if I want to. As much as I want to play like a 7/7 Endless one with this hand, I think Chump Block City is on the table instead. I think it's just smashing realities time. If I attack, they triple block. I just kill 2 guides. Can I lose if I Chalice on 2? We can't cast any spells besides Fire Blast. I go to 8. They needed to find Mountain, Fire Blast. Yeah, I don't think I can actually lose if I Chalice on 2, huh? I guess Rift Bolt also. Going to 8's like kind of spooky, but like smash right now and assume they'll pop me. Yeah, they'd have to draw like another 2 for the punish. Yeah, There might be a reasonable firecraft if they have a main or whatever. Yeah. I guess we can, like... think I'm attacking with the Smasher here? Yeah, I'm fairly confident I'm attacking with the Smasher here. Yeah. And pop. No pop? What? Alright, sure. Take 5, I guess. Whoa, these attacks are attacks. They can't cast enough spells to eat my Thought Knot, right? They would need... They have Spike in hand, so they literally can't. So I can just block like this. Yeah, they're not dead. Blaze. I mean, if they had... oh, Searing Blaze. That's true. But I can't block anything and, like, not get wrecked by Searing Blaze, right? They can always Searing Blaze this Thought Knot. And if they Searing Blaze, we get a Chalice on 2 lock out the pop, which is great. I think this block's our best bet. It is Searing Blaze, okay. That's fine. Because now we just lock out their Price of Progress. And they just lose. Deal. GG. Do I attack here? Go to 9? I think I attack here. I think this game's over. 9 means double Fire Blast doesn't kill me. I have the Reshaper online next turn. Pedal. We can play the Plague Engineer too without taking damage now. Jeez. Whoops, I forgot it. Forgot it costs like no mana. Whatever. Okay, yeah, they're dead. Cool. We did it. Alright. These Plague Engineers suck. I don't think Dismember's better than 1 Plague Engineer. Dismember costs me a lot of life. Plague Engineer can sometimes just, like, be cast to trade with things, whereas Dismember can... Well, I guess if I'm ever casting this Engineer, I have access to black mana, and if I have access to black mana, I can just pay for some parts of Dismember. So maybe single Dismember is better than the Plague Engineer. Dismember sucks. I mean, yeah, is Plague Engineer any better? Like, they're both, like, medium black spells. Plague Engineer is better if I have single black. It's also castable off of Cavern of Souls. So taking damage? Yeah, maybe. It's, like, pretty menial, the difference between the two. Dismember seems actively bad. Yeah, I would be intending to cast it with actual black sources as much as possible. There's a turn 2 Thought Knot Seer. Take a bunch of damage doing it. Plague Engineer doesn't really deal with identical creatures. It's, like, okay against them. I don't like the fact that I'm just going to be tapping this Ancient Tomb 100 times, but, like, am I getting better than turn 2ing a Thought Knot Seer? Probably not. Might even have to, like, turn 1 Endless One here. if they have a guide. If they have Swift Spear, I don't think I want to turn 2 Endless 1, or turn 1 Endless 1. I think I just want to go Tomb Petal Go. Maybe I want this Endless 1 in play versus, like, Eidolon? I don't like just taking extra damage, but this Tomb's going to be tapping multiple times. But, like, having a 3/3 Endless 1 is definitely a lot better against a Swift Spear than a 2/2 Endless 1, right? I'm going to play this Petal out, I think. It's worse against Smash, better against Eidolon. Smash doesn't even deal me the 3 damage, right? Because I can sack the Petal. It would just kill my Petal, and they don't even know if that's, like, the choice they want to make. Chat lag's so far behind. Yeah, I think I'm going to just do this and say go. Well, these are the strong starts from Burn, certainly, especially against, like, my Ancient Tomb start. Oh, dang. Don't have double Petal to redirect Chain Lightning. Misplay. Jeez, we're going to, like, 10. They only have 2 cards left in hand, though. We'll have a 4/4. Not bad. Oh, Urborg's great. Urborg means we can stop taking damage off the Tomb. That's, yeah, it's actually an exceptionally good draw. Let's take this pop. Fire Blast me, I dare you. This card doesn't do anything, right? I mean, he's going to deal me some amount of damage over the next 3 or 4 turns. But I think it's a lot slower and also deals them damage. I can never gain life, so that doesn't matter. I'm not casting spells with no mana. Yeah, Vortex does not really seem like what you're going to be doing in race matchups. I think I'm just going to take this Rift Bolt, call it a day. Yeah, I'm just not going to cast Petals or, like, Mimic with an eye in play. Not going to be casting any 0/0 Endless ones. I'll block. Okay, no attacks. I don't think I get to attack either is the issue. I guess I could. I could easily take like 2 damage. This Vortex does kill me fairly quickly, which is scary. I don't think taking 2 damage is worth it. Could easily take like 2 or more damage, depending on what they drew. I think they would have attacked last turn if they drew like that spike then. We are getting pretty low. We could easily die this game. I think I'm just going to attack the Thought Knot with the Thought Knot and hope that they don't have a spell to double block with. I just need to deal them a bunch of damage. I need them to miss. Doesn't feel like I'm likely to win this game for sure, but could Considering I'm one burn spell away from dying now and I can't kill them. Need, like, all of their cards to be bricks. If you want to be triggered after this game, alright. Remind me to click on that in a second. Maybe they have literal nothing. No 3 damage spells. None of them. Nothing. Dang it, unlucky. Wonder if it was right to actually not take the Rolling Vortex. Dealing them a bunch of damage here was important, but maybe not as important as, like, this I think dealt me 4. So maybe it was just a matter of how many turns that game was going to take. Alright, what is this? 5-0'd with DNT. Snap taken Vortex. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't plan out how long the games were going to take. My brain was valuing, like, them taking damage helps me in the race, but I don't think it helped me in the race in, like, a meaningful fashion enough that the Vortex was definitely going to deal me, like, 1 more point of damage before that game ended. This was just, like, fine. Kind of boring. I feel like 2 Revokers and a Charming Prince. It's probably wrong, but, like, other than that, it looks fine. I still think Revoker's horrendous. Oh, well, now we get to be on the play. Yeah. It's almost good. Wrong soul land, certainly. Don't think 2 2/2s are gonna quite do it. Mimic into Thorn into Endless Ones. It's probably good enough. I'm going to bottom the Cavern here. Every so often, a known player will post a result of the battle list, and you have to put up with that list for several months. Yeah, that's always the worst. Guide me? Oh, nice. Love to see Chain Lightning targeting Eldrazi Mimic. Oh, that's probably better than Thorn, huh? They could have Shatter here. Still probably just going to play the Thorn. I could Thorn plus 2/2 Endless One, but I think the Endless One becoming like a 4/4 is pretty good. I could just not play the Thorn. If they have Smash here, I definitely want the Thorn in play. Jam 4/4, really? That's true, I do need to get him dead. If we draw another land, we could potentially Thorn plus Reshaper on the same turn, too. It's more mana efficient. Doesn't really matter what I name with this at all, huh? 4/4 is notoriously hard for burn to beat. I don't disagree there. They need, like, exactly Smash. They have, like, multiple pops. That's also bad, obviously. So there's the Smash. Endless One's also better against, like, Smash into haste dudes. Swift Spear. Oh, snap, block this. Oh, nice. Ancient Tomb actually does let me double spell without taking damage. Getting close to getting popped territory, but I think I really want to Thorn plus Reshaper this turn. They missed their 3rd land drop too, so they might not necessarily be able to pop me. Thorn off Urborg Cavern. Tomb, tap for black, tap for double. Reshaper, yeah. Or we're gonna unlock their Bump in the Nights. Shit. Yeah, we just don't want them to have a third land in a pile of pile of smashes of this, or whatever, not smashes. I go to 9 here. I think I snap block this. This draws me a card. Sick. Squadron Reshapers. Sick. I wonder if I Chalice on 2. I can't cast anything on 2 currently, and I would have to take 2 damage to cast Chalice on 2. Chalice on 1's probably just better. And they can't cast any 2s until they find another mountain. Snap 2, really? Interesting. Going to 9, not worrisome. Because we have to tap this Ancient Tomb, go down to 9 to snap put the Chalice on 2. I don't know if I agree with that assessment. Although the calculus is doubly different if you didn't factor in the Thorn makes me have to tap the Ancient Tomb for 2 mana. If I was on 11 with a Chalice on 2, I'd feel a lot better than being at 9 with a Chalice on 2, you know? Land could unlock 2 prices in hand. Or like Price Fire Blast kills me before I kill them, right? Price deals me 8. That is true. Maybe that is how I lose. If I put it on 2, they can't just cast 1s to kill me because they're dead before then, right? Even if I'm at 9, they would have to have land 1 into another land 1/1 to kill me from 9. Versus like a pop could easily kill me from like 1 land. Yeah, I think maybe you actually are right. They can't cast 1. I mean, they can cast 1s. They can cast 1/1 a turn. They need to like rip land to double 1 me the following turn. And they can't really attack reasonably here. You can just draw Smasher, kill him, get him dead. If you're not attacking, this definitely isn't going well. Yeah. Oh, sick. We have a blocker too, so we can just send. No, I don't think we died to anything. You're not winning if you block, so you just can't block here. Like land 3. They would have played another creature if they had it too, so they can't just like land, guide, bolt, blast me. That would kill me. But like if they had played out a Goblin Guide and a Swift Spear, then I would have attacked differently. And they can't top deck a land and a guide. Yeah, like land 1-drop creature. No, bolt plus blast doesn't work because they need too much mana. Yeah, I don't think they have anything. Alright, cool. Cool beans. Fish Duggery lost. What are you doing? Yeah, I'll defer to the burn expert when it comes to burn based math on not dying there. What's up, Lackey? How's it going? We're doing okay. Been down on our luck a little bit, but I'm turning around in the burn bracket here. Welcome to the Heathen stream. But yeah, we're chugging along. Burn bracket, but you're not 0-3. Yeah, the 2-2 is the burn bracket. Really not hitting the Plague Engineer matchups today. I think there are a lot. And, like, not hitting the Plague Engineer matchups means we've played against two Mentor Miracles decks. So, like, Plague Engineer are still, like, having text there. But obviously, like, generic Eldrazi probably looking better against our, like, spread of opponents today. But there's a lot more decks in the format than just the random shit we've seen today, certainly. Yeah, burn running hot indeed. It's also a lot better when, like, less people are playing Uro and no one's playing Oko. Fuck you for running Plague Engineer. You gotta make your Goblins matchup better, man. Gotta respect. This is me respecting the Goblins players. I couldn't even say that one with a straight face. I think the addition of Opposition Agent might actually just make this iteration of Eldrazi better against Doomsday anyway. Their interaction versus these Chalice decks are really, really stack heavy. And, like, if the Force of Negation Sideboard Plan catches on, then, like, creatures, like, Chalice creature decks seem really well positioned against D-Day anyway. Sometimes you just get got. I'm still annoyed because I punted that game 3. But, like, it's all like, learning curve, right? I actually haven't played that much Eldrazi in my life. Like, learning different, like, matchup heuristics is definitely something that you gain just by playing more. And then we just got, like, Luxac the shit out of us against that sneak match. Yeah, I imagine that I have not played against Goblins. I think I played against Turbo Muxus once, and I beat it because they had some rough mulligans. But I think Goblins and all of our varieties are a very bad matchup for Eldrazi. I mean, that's kind of the nature of Plague Engineer, is that, like, a lot of the X1 matchups are pretty bad for Eldrazi. Baleful Strix, Goblin Lackey, Noble Hierarch. Most of those matchups are pretty bad. Vampire Hexmage, but I will the Black Splash is definitely worse against Depths than the normal one is, because I don't have any Wastelands or, like, Caracases or anything. Hogak probably better with Engineer. They have a lot of, like, random piddling 1 toughness dudes, right? But yeah, I've actually just been really liking this list. I'm not 100% confident in the mana base. I don't think I ever will be, because it's the actual numbers are really hard to figure out. We looked at, like, the Frank Karsten math last round, and, like, that actually looks okay, but there are a lot of different things that sway the numbers. Surprised you're on 4 Ivugans. I was playing 3 for a while, but the more I play Ivugan, the more I'm like, this is, like, the best card in the fucking deck. And there are a lot of wastelands right now. Which means you can a lot of times play out your eyes early against the wasteland decks, and they'll get wastelanded, and if you have backup eyes. I just find that like your like opening hands, you just always want like Eye of Ugin and stuff. Yeah, it is kind of the Bazaar of Eldrazi. At least the low to the ground ones. In like post, I could definitely see you playing less because like those the legendary does come into play. Grenzo might play against you and cast them naming Eldrazi. Engineer good in the Eldrazi or against Eldrazi. I'll give it that. Big ol' Death Touch blocker. While Eldrazi not Turbo Mux might get competitive in the chat environment. Yeah, basically. There are a lot of Plague Engineers in the meta right now. I think it has a very good chance of being the most played creature right now. And Turbo Muxus kind of struggles against Plague Engineer. It's not the worst against it because you have a fair amount of removal and you can go under it a lot against some of the control decks. But there are enough Plague Engineers that I'm less thrilled to be on Turbo Muxus for a bit. Eldrazi just fares better against Plague Engineer in general because it's more of a death touchy thing than like Wrath half your board. Can't see the Let's Do Crimes shirt. I do have a Let's Do Crimes shirt on. It says Let's Do Crimes. I need a slightly better angle for my webcam. I think my webcam's like a tiny bit too high. There's like too much space above my head. It does let you see like the Thalia and Boku no Hero and art back there though, but I have all these nice Rainy Loon t-shirts that I wear on stream a lot, but they're hard to see. Wonder if Dread of Night ever makes a comeback. It might. It depends on how much. It directly proportional to how much D&T makes a comeback, right? Like, Mentor probably has a little bit of influence on it. Good news is there's a D&T deck of 5. Hope bad news is I put them there. I did see you lost. Who did you play against? Who's the D&T player? Shiramuni. Oh yeah, I played against them before, I think. Him making a comeback. I have seen more hymns. White Faces won the challenge on Saturday with Hymn to Turok, like Esper, cool stuff, control. The camera is a little bit, yeah, it's on like a little shelf here. Probably needs to be like a little bit lower, but like if I move it down on top of my like monitor, then maybe that's a little bit better if I can get it like stable. Might futz with it later. Yeah, Veil isn't absolutely free to play anymore. Veil's really good when you can cast it, but it's just like the only good green cards are like Uro and Veil. So it's like it actually means that you actually have to decide like which colors you want to play. Yeah, that is also true, Lackey. Skyclave made Dread Knight a lot more beatable. It's not just like, well, I hope I draw my like Phyrexian Revokers and Batterskull because everything else fucking dies. But yeah, Skyclave, the answer to a lot of like obnoxious, problematic permanents that plagued D&T for the longest time. Strix better than Snake again? Yes, thank Christ. Having to like think about attacking into like snakes versus like attacking into just like a removal spell and stuff was just the worst. Skyclave should have been a 2-1 first striker, please no. I don't want to deal with more X1s in my deck. I'll gladly trade 1 toughness for not having any other keywords. It's a spirit without flying. What the heck is that? 2-1 flyer I might take over a 2-2. But even then, maybe not in the fucking world of a million Plague Engineers. But flying would be really obscene text on that card, huh? Be better into Plague Engineer because they don't get a 3/3. That is true. It's worse because if you play your Skyclave and eat a thing, then they engineer and can just kill your thing and get their illusion. But then you can play you can play a Skyclave later and just trade Skyclave for engineer and not put a 3/3 under your Skyclave. Dad said he can't see your frog shirt. Lean up. I mean, I can't. I can hold it up, but it's like way too low on me. I already showed it off for CJ. Or is that just Dad on CJ's account? So it feels like you wouldn't type with that much capitalization and punctuation. Or tell me that the camera is too high. Could probably fiddle with the camera. Got plenty of downtime here. It's both of us. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. But was it Dad that typed the thank you and yes, the camera is too high message? That's the question. Oh. Patrick misclicking, enabling sub mode only. Are you winning? We're doing medium. 3 and 2. We're definitely not top 8ing, so we're wrapping up here in the next couple of hours. $118 players means we're really close to the cutoff, which means it's harder for like X2s or like X1s with the low breakers to sneak in. Had to switch to dark mode for the menu starts in mod mode. Fair. Don't think I've ever done sub mode or like followers mode or whatever. Really finished really watch. I'm ready to watch the Monster Hunter movie. Just terrible Mila Jovovich action movies. I'm fucking in. But yeah, we just have to sit here for kill a bunch of time before the next round. The burn matchup probably finished too quickly. I don't know if there's anything I can pull up though. Are you winning, son? We're rallying back. Hit some good matchups. Miracles, burn. All of our matches have been like pretty tight though. We've gone to 3 every match, like pretty down to the wire on a lot of them. Like the 2 Miracles matches were super close. The Doomsday one was like, I mean, as close as a game can be when it takes like 2 turns, right? Sneak was just fucking steamrolling from really good top decks. Our burn matchup, I guess, wasn't super close, but we did go to a 3rd game at least. What are you even playing, Fish Duggery? I have no idea. Probably some dumb blue deck. Delver or something. Rug. Nice. Yeah, I thought you were going to be on like a stupid Rug Delver deck when we played in that prelim. And then I put like a Flicker to the bottom of my deck and kept a Spirit of the Labyrinth in my hand, and then you were on the Reclaimer deck, and I was like, fuck. But then the Reclaimer, or the Spirit of the Labyrinth actually held off your Sylvan Library for a couple of turns, so it was actually good. Monster movie? Yeah, Monster movie came out in like December, I think, but it came out in theaters, so it was like, obviously no one's going to go watch that. But I think we're watching it online now. A moment of doubt and swap to that for the night. Yes. Days filled now. Delver's a good deck. Delver's never not a good deck, right? I'm fairly confident that in my exceptional knowledge of blue decks in the format, I think Nimble Mongoose is unplayable. It's sweet, but I think it is probably the worst iteration of Delver of like the 3, right? Blue, red, Grixis, Rug. Come back to anti-mongoose takes. Like some 4-color control cake manly of old crushing Delvers. Yeah, I've seen a couple of like the 3 to 4 color control like base black decks, like him, the old him K command decks. Bold of you to speak of unplayable cards. Have I ever read? Okay, that's easy. Yes, I've registered cards much far worse than Nimble Mongoose. But I will also say that I don't think Nimble Mongoose has been the correct choice since like 2013. I respect the people that want to cast Mongoose. Mongoose is a sweet card, big fan. Long, storied history in the format of Legacy. I think it's really bad. Have I registered worse card than Nimble Mongoose? Remembers he's played D&D. Okay, well, I mean, yes. I'll say that much. I've registered bad cards even within the range of Death and Taxes. I've gone on some like very wild streaks with that deck. I've registered Crusading Knight in paper. I registered Fiendslayer Paladin in paper. Another card from an older era of Legacy. Yeah, up there with like Revoker. I think Revoker's been secretly bad for a while, and Skyclave made it almost totally unplayable. The only thing you would want Revoker really against nowadays is like decent against Storm, but like most Storm is Tess, and you really aren't gunning for like 2 drops against Tess. And like actual Sneak and Show, which is not even that much. It's obviously better because it's a proactive thing where like you can't Skyclave a sneak attack unless they put it out naked without a red source. Whereas Revoker can come down and just name sneak attack. It's also better against like Grizzlebrand. The old Sneak and Show versus Death and Taxes, where they like show and tell in Grizzlebrand, you put in Revoker name Grizzlebrand and you Carcass it or whatever. But yeah, it'd have to be like seeing a lot of Stoneforge Mystics and Sneak and Shows for me to want Revoker again. Yeah, exactly, Moxel. Other combos, faster, really doesn't fucking care about your Phyrexian Revoker. The card is well past its prime. The control decks really don't care about your Revoker a lot. Like, okay, you're gonna name Teferi or Narset or like they're fucking Jace the Mind Sculptor nowadays. Delver literally doesn't care. Delver's never cared about Revoker. You always ported them all out. So just like you can play better cards and be better positioned against Delver. Revoker past its prime. Oh, the horror. Yes, exactly. I see what you did there. Alright, good luck in the next round. Hope you can get top 8. You gotta probably win out, right? You took your loss fairly late though, so I haven't done the breakers calculations or whatever. See how many X2s sneak in. I'm definitely dead, so I took my losses super early. Playing for like top 16 or whatever at this stage. Top 32. Yeah. Don't chance it, just win instead. Easy. Maybe I'll be on the play once today, yeah. Being on the play is nice. I love being on the play with my Chalice of the Void deck, especially. Lynn's actually 4-1 after taking the round 1 loss to me. That's good. My other loss, Wonder Pro, is 4-1. What was my other opponent? The Sneak and Show player. What was their name? I don't remember their name. I guess we'll never find out because we're going to go to the next round. DM4X. Last seen 8 days ago on Miracles. God, we're going to play against Miracles again. This hand seems pretty great. Once upon a time for Soul Lands for Thought Knot. If we miss, we still have turn 2 Guy into turn 3 Thought Knot. Cavern Soul is good. I almost actually just want second Thought Knot Seer, though. Maybe I do want second Thought Knot Seer. They're going to counter my... I could have 1 uncounterable Thought Knot or 2 counterable Thought Knots. We're pretty good on lands right now. We can cast all of the spells in our hand, so I might just want to, like, tank up on threats. Yeah, I'm just going to take the Thought Knot here. I'm going to play Eye in case I top deck a Soul Land. It's worse if they are on, like, a Wasteland deck. Yeah, 2 counterable Thought Knots I think is better, just based on the context of my hand. Oh, nice. They're just on a Vista deck. Which means no Wasteland for my Eye or anything. Yeah, I think I just want to, like, make sure I don't flood out. Just have a ton of threats. That was sick. Alright. Go get him, Tiger. I don't know if Cavern is too good to pass up. There's a good chance that I start flooding out and I just want extra things. Impulse. They just sneak with Prismatic, or like Show and Tell with Prismatic Vista. Definitely happy I grabbed second Thought Knot. That's the case. This is probably like blue-green Omniland. Play Petal Wastes. Thought Knot Reshaper. Seen blue-white decks with Impulse. That would be weird. Alright. Does Urborg actually offer me more mana? Because I can cast Thought Knot and Reshaper. I don't think it matters though, right? 1, 2. You have Ivug and it's flooding so bad. I mean, flooding is kind of bad. Don't want to flood out like, too much, especially now that they might be on combo, but we didn't know that at the time. But like it takes a lot of mana to start activating Ivug, and if we had taken, we didn't have the Tomb, so if we had taken the Cavern, we'd be like 3 out of 7 of the way there. I don't think it matters which one of these I play. I'm going to play the Wastes in case I draw Once Upon a Time. Because I can cast all my spells regardless, besides the Engineer. Could I have actually also cast the Engineer this turn? I'm not sure. No, because I have... If I had Urborg in play instead of Wastes, I tap the Urborg and I have 1 colorless floating here. Cast the Reshaper and then I only have 2 mana for playing Engineer, so I can't throw out all my spells anyway. This is kind of what I meant though, like we're already starting to run light on resources here. If they just if they are a control deck and they just have like a Plow for Thought Knot, then it's bad. See it? Okay, they are a combo deck. They are just... I think I just have to take this Cunning Wish. Very concerned because this Brainstorm probably hid the good cards. We could just die here, right? They could have hid like Show and Tell plus Thing, untap, Brainstorm into the Thing, fetch, city, Show and Tell, kill me, but like that's the life we choose to live, so I think I just take Cunning Wish. Because that's like that other, kind of the other combo piece. Maybe Cunning Wish is bait? No. don't think taking Brainstorm when they just have like another Brainstorm in hand and stuff is that nice either. Taking for 7, so like the Sylvan, if they just go like Sylvan go. Yeah, they just took their card that they brainstormed. They're definitely hiding. Yeah, they're brainstorming back into their other card. So I think they definitely just like hid the whole combo. They're just gonna like show and tell kill me here. I've been getting like regularly pretty wrecked by show and tell. Don't know if that's generally how this matchup goes. If I want to like tweak my list in some way to try to fight it better. Show and tell is one of the better combo decks at like dodging a lot of like the good stompy cards. Yeah, this is what I expected. They hid show and tell plus fatty. I will name, what is Grizzlebrand, a demon? Zero Krakus seems, Krakus like isn't even that good against show and tell is the issue. Like Krakus ain't doing anything here, right? Krakus is decent against the actual sneak and show variants, but against Omni, Krakus has always been particularly weak. Well, we're not dead yet, but they get 3 looks. Oh, we can't activate this eye. They get a lot more than 3 looks here, because if they hit any like cantrips off of the Sylvan, they can afford to like name a Snake for Coatl. They don't have snow covereds, so they don't have any Coatls. Hey, we did it! Somehow. That Soul Library must have bricked hard. Whew. Alright, so they're on Omni, so we don't want Spyglasses. Opposition is probably good enough. Just like extra disruptive elements that can like tag fetch lands, or maybe even like an intuition or something. Just board out Plague Engineers, obviously. Wonder if there's like some sort of like Thoughtseize thing that I could play in the sideboard to fight these combo decks. Casting Thoughtseize on turn 1 seems very difficult, though. Yeah, thankfully I took the Cunning Wish. Yeah, I figured Cunning Wish was the take when they just had a bunch of like redundant draw 3s and like something that kills me if they get an Omniscience in play. It is like Cunning Wish is a combo piece. Mostly. It's just a flexible combo piece. I remember it's supposed to be like board against Spyglasses on the draw to hit like fetch lands. Like Reshapers are just fucking dog shit, you know? It's kind of a similar sideboard plan to play Pelika. Yeah, the dual face card. I think this hand's keepable. Chalice really wants me to hit a soul land. Maybe on the draw this hand's not good enough, but then what am I looking for? Once upon a time I can also find me Thought Not Seer, which is a big one. This hand. I think this is a keep. Wouldn't be surprised if we lose handedly. Hey, Strifo, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. We're out here playing some Black Eldrazi for the rest of the challenge. Wow, why do I even need this once upon a time? Just try Ancient Tomb. I'll take another Thought Knot Seer. We have turn 1 Chalice, turn 2 Thought Knot, turn 3 Thought Knot now. We could make my Thought Knot uncounterable if I want to cast it on turn 3, but I probably don't want to do that. And obviously, like, Eye is bad, Cavern's unnecessary, so like Thought Knot's really the only take. I think it's Omni that putting Chalice on 0 doesn't do anything, right? Oh yeah, we don't have TKS in our hand. I was thinking about the Once Upon a Time being a TKS already. Kind of blanked. My brain glazed over on that one. The old Eldrazi brain. Hey, P. Born, thanks for the follow. It's like definitely Thought Knot is the take there. One should grab Creature and Land. Yeah, definitely. Agreed. I think I just have to cast this Thought Knot. Just a counterable Thought Knot versus this. I could easily just have like land Show and Tell. I don't think I have the luxury of like casting my Thought Knot Seer behind Cavern of Souls. Don't know if Eye or Temple is the better lead, or if it matters. Temple's better at like casting a Chalice on 2 or something if I want to. I can always play the Eye next turn. I think the play is Temple. Yeah, if I never play the Eye, there's a chance I could Chalice on 3 at some point. Some, like, weird fashion. Like, 5 of the lands there. Wow, these are pretty scary Magic cards, huh? This is bad news. So they're going to Impulse. I think I have to take the Show until... It just gives them exactly 3 Show and Tells to find. I think it's got to be the Show and Tell, right? If I take the Omniscience, I'm still dead to, like, get Grizzlebrand Emrakul. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, all these cards are scary, especially with the fact that they can... This Sanctuary actually comes in tapped, though, so they can't, like, Cunning Wish for Impulse for Show and Tell or whatever. I think it's the Show and Tell. Whenever I have a choice between to take the Threat and the Enabler, I always take one of them, and they always immediately draw it, so I guess we'll find out. Yeah, cast your Impulse. They got a lot deeper to dig. Fetching Basic Force is kind of ambitious there with the Sanctuary in hand. They might need that as like a mana source. Alright, no Show and Tell. It's good. Smasher, also good. We just two-turn clock them now. Hey, Nathanos777, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Eldrazi. Sure. It's not that bad for me. Killing the Chalice one was interesting. They're dead on board. And their hand is literally these 4 cards. The Sanctuary comes in tapped. The Cunning Wish doesn't do anything. They need to just top deck exactly Show and Tell, right? I feel like you're probably better off Cunning Wishing that turn, right? Hey, we did it. Four and 2. Climbing the ladder. Wow, that round finished fast. Yeah, that Smasher top deck was certainly good. Wonder if the line was actually I guess it obviously depends on what we drew if we didn't draw the Smasher, but there's a possibility that I can, like, replay the Chalice on one, right? Like, cast a second Chalice on one plus the Reshaper that turn or something. Although they actually have Spell Pierce there, because they could shatter the Chalice and then Spell Pierce the second Chalice. Although I could probably pay for a Spell Pierce at that point. Yeah, I don't think that matchup is that bad. We got, like... Given that they're Chalice... Yeah, I thought they were going to, like, Cunning Wish into, like, Rushing River or something. Some sort of bounce spell to buy them an extra turn to try to find the Show and Tell to kill me. Top deck Tomb. Yeah, Dressed Up Tomb. Dressed Up Smasher. Or, like, Dressed Up something else. I think it was, like, a land between those, because it was turn 1 Tomb for the Chalice, turn 3 Smasher. I mean, we also had Once Upon a Time, so, like, the Once Upon a Time helped us find a thing instead of a soul land, obviously. Like, Once Upon a Time helps you find, like we could have easily drawn, like, a Thought Knot or something, or, like, some sort of disruptive element instead, and Once Upon a Time for the soul land instead. Like, that's what I keep talking about. Whenever people register Eldrazi decks without Once Upon a Time, the card is so insane at making your opening hands just so much more consistently do your powerful things. And that's just all that Eldrazi is about. I think Once Upon a Time is just absolutely nuts in the deck. 4-2 got Moonstomped. No! Fish Duggery, your prophecy is coming true. Not quite 3-3, but... Just gotta win. Your losses are like these past 2 rounds, though. Your breakers are probably okay. Probably not like top 8. Just wanted to have a rematch. Throwing to be in my bracket for the rematch. Neither of us are on the same deck. Swiss tournament calculator. Let's grab that just to see what the Swiss triangle looks like for the last round here. I want to see how many X2s make it in. My guess is like 1 or 0. Jeez, JPA back fucking at it instantly. Right out of the gate. Just like, format's good again. Time to fucking top 8 another thing. Wow, alright. Every time I click on SwissTriangle.net, it tries to take me to a Viagra shop. So I guess we're not clicking on SwissTriangle.net, huh? We're clicking on Galactic... I've used Galactic Treasures website. It's a lot better. 118, rounds 7, don't include draws. Yeah. Looks like top 8's going to be fairly close to locked. We can calculate it once the rounds are done here, but... If you use the Wish to Bounce, then top deck Show, it doesn't actually win anymore because they should have Omni and junk. Well, they have 2 draw steps. Well, no, because we knew they have their 4 cards in hand were Wish, Omni, that land thing, and Pierce. After they drew the Shatter. So if they Wish for Rushing River, draw Show and Tell, Omni. Well, no, if they draw Show and Tell, then I just... Maybe their plan was draw Show and Tell exactly that turn and don't burn the Cunning Wish, because if they burn the Cunning Wish on a bounce spell... No, because if you draw Show and Tell, you can... Oh, no, the Cunning Wish exiles itself, so you can't Mystic Sanctuary the Cunning Wish back on top either. I don't think they should have fetched the Forest. I think the fetching the Forest was also really wrong, because they had the Mystic Sanctuary in hand. But they had probably like a cantrip to put back on the top of the Mystic Sanctuary. And then if they Rushing River me, they get Thought Knotted again. They get a Rushing River only the Smasher. Just take the 4. Why would they think that's a product? Like, actually, like, fucking, this is just the first Google search Swiss Tournament Calculator. SwissTriangle.net, JK, it's a fucking Viagra. Is there, like, a way to report that? Like... I've used this calculator before. It's generally better. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna get very cleanly, or like fairly cleanly, depending on how these broke. Probably under the send feedback on this info link. That's so much work, right? like, I don't want to click on it. Because it's going to take me to the fucking weird Viagra shop and download a bunch of viruses or something. Whatever. I'll just leave it and never click on that website again. But yeah. We'll see how it breaks, but it looks like it's going to be pretty clean. There's very clearly going to be 170, and we'll see how many 5-1s. We can probably calculate it right now, actually. Sort it out here. Excuse me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 3 5-1s out here. Yeah, it seems like way too much fucking work to report that their fucking link sucks. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 5-1s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 means 5 plus JPA and Mizu. Oh, so there's going to be exactly 1 spot. And it's probably one of the 5-2s that lose here. Unless I'm doing my math wrong. 1, 2, 3. People are going to win there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly 10 5-1s. Which means 5 6-1s plus these 2. 5, 6, 7, yeah. Alright, it looks like exactly 1 5-1. 5-2 makes it in, but 0% chance to be me. Could potentially be you, Fish Duggery. Yeah, so you're saying there's a chance. Depending on your breakers, how well all your previous opponents did. My breakers are actually probably pretty okay. What happened to... Oh, no, did Wonder Pro took another loss. I need him to do well. I genuinely don't remember the name of my sneak and show opponent. First to Thirst was one of my opponents, I remember. They got annihilated, I guess. I'm not going to recognize their name, I don't think. Oh, no, it was... Oh, no, DM4. I wanted just now. Whoops. I was like, hey, I recognize DM4X, but no. Might have been Comeback 323. Comeback 323 might have been my Miracles opponent, though. Whatever. Let the cards land as they do. Nothing I can do about tiebreakers. I will just play my games and try to win. Comeback was the burn player. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't fucking remember anybody's names. Lynn's still doing well, right? Lynn? Yes, maybe. Are you... Please don't be 3-3, Lynn. Oh, no, Lynn's also 4-2. Yeah, Lynn and Wonder Pro. 0-2, 1-2, 3-3, 4-2, 5-1. Yeah, look. Yeah, I think you're probably not top 8ing. Unless your loss was like one of... And you didn't play either of these two. So I imagine like one of these 5-1s probably played one or both of these players. I guess they couldn't have played both of them because they're only 5-1. But yeah, one of the people that's 5-1 and that lost to JP or Mizu is probably gonna be one. Yeah, one of the 5-1s that loses is probably the one that's gonna sneak in. Yeah, we'll see how the top 16s break. I have to imagine that you're not top 8ing. Round finished too quickly though. I don't have anything to do, and it's like the last round, so I can't boot up the old Paper Mario. Don't have any good time killers besides staring into the void of my own deck list. did a last minute swap to a second Urborg. There was a basic swamp in one iteration of this list, but I think basic swamp's probably terrible. And Urborg has proven to be pretty good on multiple occasions. Just really good with Ivugan and Ancient Tomb. We'll try to get our last win here. Even being in Eldrazi taxes right now, good, bad, average. In Legacy, Eldrazi taxes being probably like the white iteration. I think it's probably pretty reasonable to play right now. The stance that I've been taking like for the past week, I guess, since the new format has existed, is that a Cavern of Souls Chalice of the Void deck is powerful right now because a lot of the decks that are trying to beat Chalice are leaning on stuff that beats non-creature spells, like Shatters out of the like combo decks, or Force of Negations out of a lot of like the blue decks. So like playing a not really cohesive pile of just like Chalice-y, or of just like stompy spells like Red Prison does, right? Your Chalice of the Void Trinisphere Blood Moon Chandra Karn deck is going to be worse against an opponent that has like double force, like force plus Force of Negation or something. So like most of the Cavern of Soul Stompies decks demand a wider variety of answers, because you have these like powerful early plays that like you want to force or you get locked out of the game as a blue deck like Chalice of the Void, but you also sometimes just get fucked when you have like Cavern, like Thought Knot Seer or whatever. So I think Eldrazi Taxes probably walks that line of like Cavern Chalice deck that's probably pretty strong. I've never enjoyed the mana base of Eldrazi and Taxes in Legacy. Just like the number of white sources is kind of awkward. I say that with my like 15 white source with 4 petals, like quad Plague Engineer deck. But yeah, it's possible that like the mixture of like Thalia, Thought Knot, Chalice is also good. Like maybe Chalice plus Thought Knot makes like a Death and Taxes deck better positioned against something like Doomsday. It'd be interesting. I really value Eldrazi's just consistently powerful aggressive game plan. Keep looking over there because there's a cat on the desk and she's not doing anything right now. But the second I look away, she's going to knock over like half the desk. I see you. She's trying to like roll onto her back. There's not enough space on the desk. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. It's gonna fall. She's like trying to grab at a little lamp. She's gonna pull it down on top of her. She's gonna fucking bolt. Pest. Can I get the camera so you guys can see her? Probably not. Ugh. No, you guys can like barely see her. We can see her. Yeah, she's over there being a pest. She's batting it. Yeah, there's a glue stick that she's about to knock off. There it goes. Why is my desk on cam? Because Cat's laying there. Look, she's being all cute. Focus. Focus, camera. I believe in you. There we go. Get her off, all my pens are scattered. Cat doesn't steal pens. It's dog that steals pens. Cat just like knocks shit off. There's a glue stick on the ground, but that's it. She doesn't do anything else. She's just laying on the mat, licking herself. Alright. Party's over. Party's over, bud.
know. You have to get up. You can't keep knocking all the shit off this desk. Come on. Come on. Nope, there's a bunch of paper stuck to your butt. Come on, let's go on the stream. Oh. Look at this little baby.
What paper stuck to her butt? No, it was just like static. It was like static electricity that was like sticking a little piece of paper. You want Mentor Bomberman in the new meta? Maybe without Oko is playable again. I've had some reservations submitting Bomberman, as big of a fan of the deck as I was. Especially because Oko soft banned like the whole deck, so in theory it's probably a lot better than it used to be. My issues are mostly that it is probably the worst Chalice deck to be playing in a field of Chalice decks. So I think there's a good chance that like as we see this like Chalice upsurge, because this card basically got unbanned, that Bomberman's probably in like not a great spot there. And the other thing is that I think Mentor specifically is pretty weak, because Plague Engineer is being played in like very large numbers right now. And Plague Engineer, even more so than like with Miracle, Plague Engineer is really good against Bomberman's mentors because it's hard to get off the table, so you can basically never get your mentor back online. That being said, I think that there's a chance that like the Gyruda versions of Bomberman are powerful. You could just play like all evens, add Thought Knots or whatever. And in addition to that, something that Canacan, a big Bomberman player, has been doing. He's been playing this like Bomberman Post deck, which cut like all the zeros besides LEDs. It's like Gyruda Bomberman Post, it's like just like Cloud Posts, Gyruda, Karn, Walking Ballista plus Stone Cold Serpent plus like Ranger Vios and stuff, like a couple of other things. So that also circumvents the Chalice thing that I was talking about, where like Chalice of the Void is really good against you as Bomberman, but like when you cut all the baubles and opals and stuff and petals out of the deck, it became a lot more feasible to do something like that. So I don't hate where Canacan is going with the list. The issue is not the biggest fan of Canacan's list because it's really bad at turn 1 against Chalice, because it's just like no opals, no petals, means that you're like playing a Chalice on turn 2 mostly, unless you have your Ancient Tomb Chalice hands. I don't know if that's fast enough in the current meta. Playing your Chalice on turn 1's a big deal. But Canacan is a really like really good at experimenting with like different off the wall ideas. Like his blue-white Bomberman deck that he was playing during the Oko meta was really interesting. Don't really think I reverted to it. Yeah, Mentor plus Baubles was really fun. Really, I like hosed. I played against a Grixis control player at Eternal Weekend 2019, who kept like like double Force of Will or whatever, and I went like turn 1, land go, turn 2, Cavern of Souls on human, Mentor thing, and he just like looked at his hand of like Force of Wills and blue and like shitty blue cards. I do also love Mystic Forge. That card's always been sweet. Oh, Lily's back. I didn't even know the gate was still open. You haven't been here in a while, bud. But yeah, I think Mentor specifically is pretty weak right now, just based on just how many Plague Engineers are in the meta, because there's just a ton. Don't really need more legacy. Yeah, Mengucci posted a Eldrazi Stompy list that had sideboard engineers, kind of inspired by the screenshots that I've been posting yesterday, and he 5-0'd with it. It was totally 0 reserve list cards. There's definitely some easy tweaks to make. Like, my list is currently like 1 Bayou and 1 City of Traders as the reserve list cards, and I'm not even convinced that like those are the correct plays. Cheap is definitely appealing. I own no duels and have to borrow. Yeah, I think a lot of people in the Legacy community just kind of borrow stuff to list. You can type exclamation point. Oh, you typed exclamation point list. Exclamation point deck or exclamation point deck list, I think. Drops it. It's also, you can look at it right here. Hello, Lily. I can't throw your toy. You're so loud, and there's nowhere in this room to even throw it to begin with. Oh, she figured out how to make her own fun. But yeah, this deck just has these literally 2 reserve list cards that could easily be like swapped out with some other stuff. I wonder if there's any just like really bad, like random duel that I can play instead of a Bayou too. Yeah, Rainbow Depths was a sweet. Yeah, Rainbow Depths and Death Attacks were probably like the 2 best no reserve list card decks for a while. But like these variants of Eldrazi Stompy that aren't playing City of Traders are definitely up there. And this Eldrazi has been just feeling really powerful. I've been playing it a fair amount this week. And it's just been doing really, really well. I think D&T and Rainbow Depths are still really good right now. Yeah, probably. I think Depths is probably good. Not 100% sure what Depths' bad matchups are outside of like stuff like Death and Taxes. This is probably fine. I think D&T is still a fine choice. It's good against a lot of like the fair blue decks that people just always love to play. And good against all the Chalice of the Void decks that come back. My biggest issue with Death and Taxes is Elves and Doomsday, which are both fairly popular right now, and both... I think Elves is more winnable. I think Doomsday is genuinely worse than Elves. Plague Engineer mainly for Strix. Yeah, Plague Engineer is a reaction to a lot of 1 toughness creatures that are still existing in the format. It hurts Elves and Goblins really bad, but it is also really good against Strix, which was the card I was playing against a lot and losing to a lot. Borrower coming back into Delver is going to hurt Depths a lot. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I'm not a Depths expert by any means. I know Tom Negator has been on vacation, basically. Vacation. Just like not really playing Legacy. Just kind of chilling. So, as soon as he's back at it, I would probably just play whatever he plays, because he's a fucking genius. I feel like I don't know this format after my hiatus from the Oko Uro Nightmare. Yeah, there's definitely a learning curve getting back in. Don't really know what... The format doesn't really know what's going on. Like, if you look at the top 32 of the challenge yesterday, it was just, like, a bunch of different random decks. There wasn't, like, a very cleanly, like, powerful strategy that was... that was kind of, like, dominating everything else. It's only week 1, so things will start fleshing out in the next couple of weeks more. As people figure out what's good and what isn't. The big thing is I don't know where the control decks are going to land. I've seen, like, everyone trying everything. Like, White Faces, like, Wild, Mentor, Baleful Strix, Esper deck. I've seen, like, just traditional Grixis control. Been seeing traditional Miracles come back. I've seen Stoneblade, like... Hope Grixis stays back, but I'm concerned by Veil. Yeah, Veil's a very powerful card against Grixis, but it's a lot harder to put it in your decks now, at least. It's going to be good in the decks that get to play it, but not every deck gets to play it. It was already not good right towards the period right before war. It was still, like, pretty reasonable. Like, one of the best decks of that format was, like, Blue-White Stoneblade. Uro and Veil all do still exist, so, like, if control decks come out, like if Bug is a mainstay... Like, Uro Veil is just going to absolutely mop the floor with Grixis every time. And, like, casting him against, like, blue-green Omni with, like, a bunch of Veils is not the most thrilling prospect, you know? We'll see. Time will tell. Uro's definitely a powerful card. Just wondering which decks actually get to successfully play it. Oops. People talking about Grixis being massively overrated towards the tail end of the format. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't really get to see that format finalize. So, I'm not 100% sure. People say a lot of things. People were saying like Oko was overrated and Runked Elver, right? It's like hard to put stock in things people say when like decks are consistently doing well still. The question everyone wants to figure out is just how amazing Ruby Storm will be. Now, Ruby Storm is sweet. I like that deck. My two modes of like enjoying Magic are like prison, like creaturey prisony elements, and like total nonsense, like nonsense combo decks. Like one of my favorite standard decks was just Guy Ascendancy combo in standard. It was really fun. And like Ruby Storm kind of scratches that itch of like just like total batshit nonsense. Yeah, I didn't even like know Lawrence back then. Didn't really use Twitter as much to like know Lawrence and his takes on the format. Everyone looks up for Bog Boys to take over. Hell yeah. Also, Loam sucks. Yeah, get his ass. Neptunati. Man, that deck was sweet. And I had like the back when Garuda was before the companion errata or whatever was playing the like mishmash Garuda LED Vampire X Mage deck. That was fun. As fun as companions could be, I guess. That like I was saying before, that's like the opposite range of like total bullshit nonsense. Bullshit nonsense combos. I remember like turn 2ing someone or turn 2 2020ing someone with Dark Depths stage LED. And just like, well, this is my only plan. Hopefully you can't kill this. Whiteface is redeemed. Talk trash about Luminarch Aspirant. Well, I actually got a little bit more time to discuss this. Last time was like right before round 3 was starting or something. So I can like dig a little bit more into the nitty gritty here. And it's definitely not me just sitting here vamping for time, trying to think of a new thing to say about Luminarch Aspirant instead. So, like I was talking about earlier with like how this worth it already. So like I was talking about before with like kind of how this format was playing out. D&T's weak points versus like D&T's strong points in the format really don't line up to like the point where you want a card like Luminarch Aspirant, even more so than the previous like Oko infested format. The matches that I find I'm losing to with D&T are probably like the combo decks like Elves, like Doomsday, where Aspirant is just like total dog shit. Like, and like where does Aspirant shine? In like very board heavy matchups, like play a bunch of creatures to the board. Aspirant's not going to shine against like the Miracles decks because it really encourages you to try to commit more creatures to the board and stuff. Something like Stoneforge gets to like sit back, accrue value, put equipment into play stuff, player on board wipes. It's just I'm gonna rehash the previous Luminarch Aspirant at Trash Talk Redemption, which is just like it's such a fucking joke against Plague Engineer. Like, come on. Cards it's not an answer to Plague Engineer. It's actively detrimental to put in your deck if you're playing against a bunch of Plague Engineers. God. All right. That's my piece. Print is 0 mana, 0/1 Deafening Silence on a stick. Makes Doomsday bad again. It couldn't be Deafening Silence though, right? Deafening Silence just like they just cast their Oracle all the time anyway. Did you consider that if the opponent has a life total, it can attack it? I did not think about that. That's a good point though. But, like, a slightly accelerated clock isn't what D&D needs right now, because you really need disruptive element. Going back, this one's on the house. This has been my point since, like, the card started existing and I started making these arguments, is that the increased clock isn't beating combo decks because you need extra disruptive elements, because the combo decks are so good at what they do now. They're much faster and they're more consistent. You just need extra disruptive elements, or you're not going to be able to kill them with your, like, oh, my 7-turn clock's a 6-turn clock or whatever. All right, yeah, that one was on the house. That one's for you, white faces. Some thoughts on Crystalline Giant? That card's sweet. One mana, 0 with the text. Other static abilities have no effect. Have to be triggered abilities, right? Because it's not a static ability on your 4-2-2. Yeah, I saw you fucking climbing back from your round 1 loss. You were like 4-1 last round. Yeah, we'll try to win and make our breakers better. We'll top 16. Easy. Good luck in your last round. Lynn's playing Miracles today. JP on top format. Yeah, I said that like last round, I think. Lord Beerus. He's like a Delver player, I think. Turn 2 Uncounterable Thought. That seems pretty strong. Turn 2 Uncounterable Thought Knot. Turn 3 Uncounterable 5/5 Endless One. Kind of in for that. If we get Wastelanded, it's a little bit unfortunate, but I'm going to lead with Ancient Tomb, and then lead with, if that gets Wastelanded, then we can still, like, Cavern on Eldrazi into City Petal Thought Knot. It's definitely a keep. I don't think I'm supposed to play with my Petal. If I get Thoughtseize, they're going to just take, like, one of my stupid creatures anyway. This is very castable Plague. Would like that last turn, but we'll take it. Yeah, we're definitely going to burn both our black sources on not casting this Plague Engineer this turn. Oh, whoops, I was supposed to play the Petal first. They could, like, daze this Petal or something stupid now. Can't wait for turn 3 TNN. They're not going to fucking get to turn 3 TNN me, so I'm going to take it. They're just going to plow it. I'm going to be pretty sad here. Yeah, we'll never draw another black source. We have 13 left in the deck, so... Lily sounds like she's getting into some trouble. Hey, Lily, chill out. Hey, chill out. What's the opponent on? No idea. They're on Scalding Tarn. Wow. Cat came in here to show Lily what's what, and then left. Lily was running. Lily was actively running away from Cat. Cat came... Lily, get back in here. You're not going to want to mess with her. She's mad. Smells like Delver. Yeah, I hope so. If they're on Delver, we're going to crack them with Thought Knot into Endless One here. What's the cat's name again? Cat's name is Cat. The other cat's name is Dog. We need to find out what they're on. Dog or dog? Dog. Like a literal dog. Lily, get in here. I hear Cat whining on the other side. Let me go fix her bed. She, like, totally smushed her bed under the... Okay, Cat's trapped in her in here. Cat's waiting at the door here. Just making sure Lily stays inside. The funniest shit. Alright, let's resolve this and see what happens. Ooh, it is just Delver. Sick. They're gonna Wasteland me next turn, which is scary. But they don't have any counter spells. Man, this Plague Engineer is so good. If I could cast it. Lily, get back in here. It did in fact smell like Delver. I think I'm gonna just take one of these Young Pyros. They might just play Young Pyro next turn, in which case we could rip Black Source and fuck them. If they don't, we can still just play like 5/5 and start crushing them. Lily. Yeah, I know I have to be faster with the treats. I'm a bit preoccupied actually playing a game of Magic here, though. Lily. Lily. Bed. Bed. Good girl. Good bed. Good bed. Yeah, they're going to Ponder plus Wasteland me here, but that puts them so far down on the, unlike the Young Pyromancer plan. We're just going to like get to play a 4/4 Endless one, unless they picked up Daze. Oh. Oh, sick. We can Uncounterable Plague Engineer them. We're going to fucking wreck this Young Pyromancer. I think I actually want to... If I could play this Mimic instead. Keeps my city around. I have to put this Cavern Carrier, and that's that's a pretty big tell. Lily. But I think that's probably better. If they spend like another turn wastelanding me, they're just gonna fucking die to beats. They're gonna play Young Pyromancer and just get fucking annihilated by this Plague Engineer. There's the Tarn. Yeah, I think they're just fucking dead. I almost like don't care about this Young Pyromancer and just want to play like 5/5 on this one attack for 9. But it's probably pretty free to just absolutely murder this. GG. Yep, GG. Did it. Skill game. Let's get these dismembers in here. Never really know what to go down on versus Delver because all your cards are so good. I try to shave some like Mimics usually. It's like pretty mediocre, especially on the draw. Plague Engineer being the hero. Plague Engineer is great. Fucking, this card's just really banana. We finally around 7 we hit like just a the good Plague Engineer matchup against like Young Pyromancer, whatever, TNN, Spray Dragons, Delvers. There you go. Good girl, Lily. Give me another treat. What's my last cut here? Another Mimic? Maybe shave up one spot at a time? One spot at a time actually like weirdly slightly better on the draw because you get to look at an extra card before you cast your spells. I'm embroiled by hatred. Got a name is Salamander. That's pretty sick. They had 2 Terramanders. Brutal. You know, let's just cut 3 Mimics. I think Mimics are kind of weak versus Delver, especially on the draw. You're less aggressively slanted. This hand's pretty horrible. Double Urborg is already a mulligan. Once upon a time for a second creature. I think I'm happy with it. Lily! Alright, this hand's much better. We have Mimic. I think we have to bottom on second Petal. Probably once upon a timing into a land. There's definitely a keep. We could fucking turn 1 a Plague Engineer again if they play a turn 1 Delver. If I keep the 2 petals, but I don't really think that's a good plan. Lily. I think I'm going to Once Upon a Time into like more land drops and stuff. And I just get to like Mimic into like land Plague Engineer or something. No Delver. Which pedal you bought him here is a good test of character. Yeah, I almost actually bought up this. I genuinely had that thought. I was like, nah. We bought him the bad pedal. Alright. Once upon a time. You gonna daze this, bud? Go for it. Yeah, fucking deal. Yeah. Play your Delver. Land pedal, engineer the Delver after they burned their days. Yes. Come on, no second counter spell. Yes. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Nice days, nerd. Cast your young pyromancer. Come at me. Alright. There's still an actual game to be played here. 3's an awkward point for this endless one. You like your endless ones to be 4, so they can't get like burned out by red spells. Like, we have removal. Land drops are good, because they get towards the Smasher. Most creature... Uh-oh. They have Young Pyromancer after this. Alright, we can dismember it. And hopefully not get... Oh, that's better. Now we can't get dazed. I'm fairly confident in saying I will take the extra 1 damage to play around days here. Oh, Force of Negation. These don't actually have trample, I think. I think this is just a visual bug. This Young Pyromancer might run me over here. You can chain some cantrips together. Unfortunately, they had Force of... They actually do have trample? I mean, that doesn't come up very often anyway, but yeah. Attacking? Attacking here seems super aggressive. Put this Cavern Carrier, I guess. I'll attack for 3 with the Endless one here. Carrier means I can have an uncounterable engineer if I draw it. Leaving the Mimic back means I can block the Pyromancer better. Flipped a days, huh? Taking 5 here. Getting close to dead. But if we draw a Soul Land, they're probably pretty close to dead. Yeah, I knew they automatically like just use like whatever the newest one is, but I'm unsure if they actually have trample or not. But yeah, it doesn't come up a lot. That's for sure. So they topped on that Preordain, which is not good for me. If I attack with both here, like 4/4 attack with both. Assuming they somehow topped... well, they have a daze in hand, we know. So they could at least fire off the daze for a free elemental for blocking. Or at 8 or at 5. They would not have lethal. Right? With a 4/4 Endless one in play. Even if they have daze. Chump block 1. Take 3. Go to 3. They have We have one blocker, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So even if they have 2 spells, if they have like a bolt or something, we're just super dead. But that's our life. Oh, this is only a 3/3 on this one. My bad. Not a 4/4, but still means they have to block one of them. So I think it's correct for me to attack all. They probably fire off the days for... Don't fire off the days for an extra token. That's scary. Means they probably just have bolts and I'm dying, but... Top on the preordain is pretty horrifying. Alright, just brainstorm. Good, but not, like, dead. They have a bolt. Any red spell probably kills me. Any red, because, like, a braid kills my blocker. They chump block one of these, go to 3. Or do they chump block both of them, just to stay safe? Dead to a braid on it. This one not dead to Sprite Dragon, right? So we actually win if we draw Soul Land. All right, come on, deck. Believe in you. Fuck. Yeah, not quite. Had a lot of good top decks there. Soul Land is just absolutely lethal. We have like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I think. 12 top decks they give me there. Not quite, though. What is this when it flips? It's still a human. It's an insect. Not really finding anything, huh? Okie doke. I think we're just resubmitting here. Our one Mimic was kind of weirdly okay there, but... Yeah, Engineer looks really good against Sprite Dragon, Young Pyromancer, Delver. Pretty in for the Plague Engineer plan versus this deck. It's possible that maybe I want to, like... go down on endless ones instead on the play with Mimic. Like Mimic Ivuin turns are really broken. We're pretty close to clutching that one out there. I would like to play first. Eesh, double eyes, scary. This hand... a fucking prayer. We hit Soul Land, this hand's insane. If we don't, this hand is unplayable. If we hit any land, this hand's okay because we have like Eye and like double endless one too. This hand might be a keep. We'd probably get this Ivuin wastelanded pretty reasonably too. Am I crazy for wanting to keep this hand? I believe in Once Upon a Time. Alright, well, land is not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's definitely better than nothing. I think I want to lead on I. Do I just want to play out double endless one? Just get my clock going. I think they're pretty inclined to waste land. Three versus 2/2 is not a big difference also. If I could like play land or wastes next turn too, they're pretty inclined to like want to wasteland my Eye of Ugin. Oh, sick, that's a good draw. Means we have uncounterable Thought Knot next turn. Sometimes you just gotta play your fucking Isamaru squad. Is there a different, like, 2-2 that isn't legendary? Is there, like, a good 1-mana 2-2? Not like good, but, like, the one that exists. I always call them shitty wild Nakatals. I don't know if there's, like a card that I'm not thinking of that exists like that. Goblin Guide? Yeah, not quite. They'd be a lot better with haste, that's for sure. Pondered, no shuffle. Wasteland my Ivugan, and then I can just get a Cavern on Eldrazi Chalice on one. Into a Thought Knot. Bad Kurt Ape, yeah, this is the same as like Bad Wild Nakatl, right? There's the Wasteland. There's the Wasteland on Ivugan. It's a pretty good draw. I think I'm much more inclined to cast this Chalice on one, though. Force Pitch Brainstorm, sure. Continuing the beatdown squad. They want to develop threats here, they have to... Okay, Force Negation's a good one to know about, for my Dismember especially. I mean, I guess we would have seen it with this Thought Knot. Hey, Arkin, thanks for the host. 121 viewers. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We are also almost finishing up here. This is our game 3 in the last match of the challenge. Yeah, if they tap out for Young Pyro, we get to, like, Thought Knot them now. And one of the cards in their hand is Force of Negation. What if they don't attack here to, like, block? I think I'm actually going to play the Temple now. Is there a reason for me to attack pre or post Thought Knot Seer? Got veiled from the event. Rough beats. Yeah, we're doing pretty well. This last match seems pretty down to the wire here. Don't think the Sprite Dragon does a lot. Maybe I actually wanted to attack first to inform how they would block this turn. I think I'm just going to take this Ponder. That trade's really good for me. We can dismember this Young Pyro now, depending on what they draw. It's not the most exciting draw for me, certainly. Shuffle. So we don't know their last card here. If it's a Bolt, it's actually pretty bad for me. Yeah, the Young Pyromancer going off is scary, especially because they're going to be able to untap to protect it. Did I need to dismember this last turn? I don't think so. It wasn't really bad against the Force. I would have had to upkeep. They could have cast like more spells if they had instants like Brainstorm. Only taking 3 to dismember, yeah. Taking 1 less damage with Lana War Wastes. Fucking doing it. Let's just draw like Reality Smasher instead. That'd be nice. Yeah, this was the problem. If they drew another land, it means they can Force of Negation my oh, never mind. That was the problem, is that they could Force Negation my Dismember if I let them untap to 3 lands. But now they're just gonna fucking die. Although I guess I don't know their cards in hand are Force Negation Sprite Dragon, so they probably don't have this Force Negation anymore, do they? Bolt. Bolt targeting Thought Knot. let blocks happen before I cast this Dismember, I think. They have Daze as their last card. I don't think they're going to block with the Young Pyro. I think they're going to block... I might be able to save the Thought Knot, too. If they block, like, single elemental on Thought Knot. And then double block there. Sick. They don't get to kill my Thought Knot now. Now they're just dead to the Smasher. Yes! Whew! God, that Smasher was such a good top deck. I'm so good at this game. I think that Smasher had them pretty close to dead to rights, even if they do get to resolve the kill on the Thought Knot Seer. They were just at such low life, and Young Pyro is so bad against Trampler. I think their plan was probably block like that, and then draw like cantrip, and just go like cantrip, 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 make 5 power to block the Smasher afterwards. JPA is 7-0, I'm shocked. Yeah, truly, truly staggering. JPA crushing everybody. Who would have seen that coming? Glad we managed to rally back from our fucking 1-2 to start. I think this deck is legitimately very good, so I'm happy that we had a respectable result at the end. Someone posted in the Seattle Eternal Magic Facebook group. It's February 16th, 2021. Reality Smasher is still a bitch card. Card is very good. Yeah, I wonder if JP is playing Rogue Delver. What else would he possibly play? It's not like he's known for being really good at a deck that's probably pretty powerful right now. And I think he played it in a prelim recently too. But yeah, that's the end of our day. I'm gonna stick around and wait to see what the overall record is. Is Fishdarger still going? Oh boy, I believe in you, bud. But yeah, very happy I managed to rally back from that 1-2 start up to 5-2 there. Probably good enough for top 16. My punt against Doomsday will probably haunt me, but that match against Sneak and Show. Some matches you just like you and your opponent look at your opening hands and like the top X cards of your library, just like, okay, I'm never ever winning this game. Sometimes you run hot. Sometimes you top deck Reality Smasher against Delver and fucking smush him. Sometimes you your opponent draws Show and Tell after you thought sees their sneak attack and kills you with a Grizzlebrand or whatever. We lose that game so hard if you waste Land War instead of Eye. I think so, yes. But like you always waste Eye there. Like you gotta waste the soul lands. And that's what we set up to do. I kept the hand that was like double Eye plus Once Upon a Time. It's like they're gonna wasteland the Eye of Ugin. Eldrazi strong in the meta because yeah, exactly. Not Dark Depths. Doomsday and Omnitel. I'm pretty sure JPA is just playing Sneak. I think I saw him recently get a Sneak list published. JPA could probably play circles around like the average Delver player too. He's just in his comfort zone again, crushing people probably. Wondering if against River wasting Eye can be a trap. I don't know. Like, my mana is so like, we're so far away from like casting spells after that, right? If you wasteland Eye, we have to have like actual second Eye to punish. Well, we can still cast a Dismember with our land. Oh no, I guess they don't know that we have another land. Hey, Cresswell, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. I see the 75? Yeah. You can type deck exclamation point deck list or exclamation point deck if you want to like export it or anything. You can see it in this view as well. Been pretty pleased with the results of like Plague Engineer specifically in this deck because I don't think it negligibly affects your combo matchups, and I think it's way better in a lot of your fair matchups against stuff like Baleful Strix or Young Pyromancer or whatever. I think you could have won your 2 lost games. I definitely could have won... Oh, if that Lotus Petal match? Yeah, I would have gone 7-0 if I played all matching petals for sure. How much is a Lotus Petal? Should I fix that right now with my winnings? Lotus Petal. Those spells are 15 ticks? Yeah, fuck if I'm gonna match these things. That's insane. Only change I make to the mana is second city over the fourth eye, because I can feel that Plague Agent can rot in hand sometimes. Yeah, it's the reason I'm playing 2 Urborgs to make the eyes better. Eyes just been such a bananas card, but it's possible that the mana should be tweaked a little bit more. Other soul lands are still like pretty powerful. 2 cities was in the old colorless version. Helps you like power out turn 2 Plague Engineer against like elves or whatever, right? You just have like Black Source into city, like turn 1 even. Like when I played against Tess, and they turned 10 goblins to me, and I just went Ancient Tomb, Petal, Plague Engineer you. Yeah, Petal's fucking pricey as hell. I did not expect that. I'm gonna fucking keep my shitty ass Tempest remastered or whatever. Petal. Most expensive part of buying into Vintage Online was getting a single Lotus Petal. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah, I think that's why my petals do mismatch, because I think I bought into Bomberman when it was really good, and I picked up mismatching petals at some point along the way. Yeah, I've been very, very happy with this. I want... How close do you get selling the bad petal? I don't know. Looks like they're buying... I could sell a Tempest Remastered Petal for 11.13 to MTG Runner's Bot. They didn't even have enough ticks to buy it from me. So what could I even sell it for? I could sell it for like, what, 8 ticks or something? It's like, it gives me like 50% returns. I'm keeping the bad petal. Bad petal is my good luck charm. Or it's my bad luck charm. We'll never know. GoBots has a good buy price. We could try it. We got some time to kill. And put the petal in a binder and see how much they want to buy it off me for. Did you get there, Fish Duggery? Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah, we can't sell it until after the challenge. But if I draw from the challenge, I can't see how I do. Chat just is gonna have to have faith in me that don't drop. Watch some replays. Yeah, chat's just gonna have faith in me that I'll change the pedal, and I definitely won't. Bob Hong's in a Legacy challenge. What year is it? Hey, Legacy's good again. Legacy is healing. People are coming back. Wonder Pro's still in their match, and Lynn lost. Sad. Hopefully my win can get them into top 32, though. Played against so many players the past week that I haven't seen forever. Yeah, a bunch of players have been coming back to the format. Like, so many people have, like, had genuinely quit Legacy because it was so bad. And so many people are coming back to, like, experiment with, like, new cool decks. I was definitely one of those people. I was not happy with the state of Legacy. I played one Legacy League post-Eternal Weekend. Yeah, I played post-Eternal Weekend. I had qualified for the showcase qualifiers at that point. So I was playing to test for that. And the second I was done with the showcase qualifiers, I was done. I was out of the format. I didn't queue up another Legacy League until the format changed. Because Legacy was just, like, so unfun. I was just like, alright, I'm done with this big event. I did horribly, got crushed, whatever. I'm out. And I'm not playing until they fix something. And I'm better for it. Hello, Lily. You're back. You wanna jump up here? You wanna be on camera? Come on. Come on, Lily. Yeah. Barely on camera. Okay. This ain't working, Lily. This ain't working. Alright. Go bed. Bed. Down. Good girl, Lily. Oh shit. That was a bad throw. That's on me. Pretty stoked the language leads the ban article too. It's hard to argue with people saying the format sucks to play, but not that there's precedent for it. Yeah, the language in the art ban list article specifically outlined that like so many people thinks this format sucked that maybe it's not like power level concerns, maybe it's on the edge of like win percentages that they're looking at, but like this format very clearly sucks. We've seen a steady drop in like number of games played and like challenge registries and stuff. Yeah. Especially with a format like Legacy that it's harder to pull in new players. Maintaining your old players is probably a bigger deal to them. Pretty sure not for quarantine boredom I would have stopped, but nothing else to do. Yeah. I just like switched to like playing a bunch of video games instead. I'm gonna get back into playing a bunch of video games when fucking Monster Hunter Rise comes out. It's daydreaming or day nightmaring of people saying actually snow. Yeah, exactly. Like the thing about Volrath collecting all that data and stuff. It's just like I was a fan of it because like collecting data is very good. He's doing a very important service for the community, and I really enjoy it. But like people are so bad at understanding what statistics actually mean that everyone will like look at the challenge data every week and be like, "Oh, Rogue Delver is fine," or like look at 30% of like D&T's 30% win rate. Oh, D&T's must be fucking horrible, and just like people don't understand how statistics work at all, and just like this is actually infuriating to try to talk to people about, but like it's also very useful data in like the long term. D&T jumped to 34% last week. You can see big improvements. Yeah, exactly. D&T like another horrible win rate in the challenge yesterday. Just because like most of the D&T players are sitting at home still, not playing D&T. I don't know who any of those people would be. I don't know why they wouldn't register in Texas right now, but like wherever they are, they're not playing. Yeah, X-Test busted. Yeah, so Ant had an 80% win rate today because 2 players played it and one of them top 8'd. What is this painful image? A white-bordered Guru Mountain. Hot. I'm in. All chat has to look at this now. Oh, that's really zoomed in. Didn't expect it to be that zoomed in. Esper had a 80% win rate yesterday. Yeah, that was pretty good. I don't know who was playing that deck, but Esper clearly tiered 0. Burn got second in it. Yeah, exactly. Burn like top 8 that one challenge. Did it get second that time? I forget. And people are like, Burn's fine. No one's playing Oko or Uro. It's not like fucking 70% of the format or whatever. Esper sucks. The pilot was just good. I heard the opposite. I thought the pilot was really bad, but their deck just carried them. Whoever that was. Is it bad that I no longer care what JTL said about Vile once he said that WotC confirmed you could kill Oko with combat damage? Yeah, the argument of, like, kill Oko with combat damage is, like, a joke. Like, the people that were telling me, just like, oh, just put some creatures into play and you can kill their Tybalt. Just like, are we reading the same Magic cards? JTL's Jeff Linton, the Esper File guy. Esper was just one of those UK decks. Yeah, those weird Brits, man. Just attack the turn 2 7 loyalty planeswalker. Yeah, the 7 loyalty planeswalkers that hostage takers your creatures, so they can kill your creatures, so that it can keep activating its ability, and then also it draws 2 cards a turn, and you can recast the creatures that it kills, so it like has blockers. It's a Morrowind reference. I never played. I'll be honest about that one. I personally have beaten Oko in combat 70% of the time. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that was JTL talking with Miranda on Twitter on that one thread. Just like, yeah, you just attack down Oko all the time. It's definitely not just like easily pushing every creature deck out of the format. just attack it. Doesn't have 1,000 loyalty and make 3/3s and steal your stuff. Alright, so we're done with everyone but a 4-2. Let's see what the records look like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25 people at 5 and 2. Yikes. Might not make top 16. That's like a pretty rough cut. I wish I was remotely smart enough to play Esper Vial. I played Esper Vial for like 2 leagues, and I legitimately got like decision paralysis from all the things that I had to be like keeping track of and thinking about, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't play this deck. Yeah, we were pretty close to 8 rounds. That's true. What did I try to play? Yeah, Esper Vial. I playtested a little bit because I was thinking about trying it out for the showcase qualifier back in December, and I was like, I think this is probably reasonably well positioned. I tried it out for a couple leagues, and I was like, I just can't play this. If I'm ever gonna play against Snow, I'm gonna time out every time. Fingers crossed for. I took my losses early though, so I wouldn't be surprised if I don't make top 16 here. But like a lot of my losses, like kept winning. Like one of my my round 1 opponent ended up being 4-3 is really nice. Played the Noodle Taxes list in a league during the height of Snow and 3. Yeah, like the Yorion Death and Taxes plan for Snow was legitimately like you got to time blue decks out so often. Because your decisions are just faster to make because you don't have to make all these micro decisions with cantrips, and the games go so long. I timed out a lot of Snow players with Yorion Taxes. Timing out Snow was a very real game plan, like versus those decks. Yorion Taxes was fucking wild. Yeah, it was a very easy plan A. Is that you just like keep removing their creatures. Or keep removing their like Okos and their Uros and stuff. If I didn't win game 1 in like 15 minutes, I just conceded the match. Yeah, exactly. It was a time to be alive for sure. Playing Yorion Taxes in like timed events is very funny. Was concerned about it if we ever go back to paper, because that strategy does not work out nearly as well. But you have to win the game ones to make sure that they like time out in game 2 or whatever. It's kind of cool strategically. It was so awful play. Yeah, I definitely, absolutely agree. It was not an exciting play experience sometimes, but it was a nice strategy against like the average snow player. All right, one more round. All right, pray for the top 16. But I imagine a lot of the top 16 is going to be taken up by the people that just lost their win-ins, right? All the people that were 5-1 that just dropped to 5-2. I didn't play against any of the people up here. 18th, fuck. So close. Oh, Fish you made it. Sneaking over the line there. 18th is sad, but that's life. Yeah, Wonder Pro ending up 5-2 was good for my results. Dang it, Lynn! If Lynn had won, maybe we would have snuck up a couple places. I blame Lynn and definitely not myself. Oh well. I don't know what top 32 gets. Like your money back. Sick, 5 chests. We did it. No, we're absolutely not top 8ing. We were playing for top 16. Was looking like the top 8. Oh yeah, my bad. You barely made top 16. Snuck in there. Oh, D'Amato was actually snuck in at the 5-2. Nice. Some guy cast Charlatan and drew 3 cards. Wow, what a fucking jerk. Will Storm beat Emrakul? I think traditionally... I don't know who's favored. I actually don't remember who's favored between Storm and Ant. Or not Storm and Ant. Ant and Sneak. Anyone know what Aaron's playing? No idea. Yeah, it feels like a pretty 50-50 combo matchup, you know? Both like powerful, like disruptive combos. Thoughtseize versus Force of Will. Cyrus thinks it's a tad favored for Storm, which probably means it's like 50-50, right? But D'Amato's also a great Storm. I mean, JP is also a great Sneak player, so. Yeah, Aaron being on Elves wouldn't surprise me at all. So now this is the part where we strategically tweet out that we 5-2'd and don't mention our placing, that we top 32 instead of top 16. But if we had top 16, we obviously say we top 16 with Eldrazi. But since we didn't top 16, we just say that we 5-2'd. Nice Twitter strats, need to remember that. Yeah, I do that all the time. What it was against? We lost to Doomsday and Sneak and Show. You gotta pump up those numbers. 5-2 sounds a lot better than top 32. Top 16 sounds better than 5-2. It's just how the hierarchy goes. But yeah, that's... How was Engineer? Was it worth it? Engineer actually didn't come into a ton of play until our very last round. Still need to play with it more, but I think it's worth it. Did not come up today because we played against a lot of combo. Some, like, control decks where it was decent against, like Mentor Control specifically. Yeah, if you get 9th, you get to play about breakers. It's top 8, 9th, top 16, X and 2, top 32. Yeah, I think, I mean, proficient snow players wouldn't time out, but, like, a lot of the snow players would. Like, the best snow players, like, you still had a normal game plan of, like, you do get to grind them out and win those games sometimes. And check the Swiss, and it was a clean cut. Yeah, clean cut, ninth equity is a little bit worse. Top 32, what is 32nd place? Yeah, 32nd place is like 4-3 lately. Is 32nd place? Top 32 is 4-3. Yeah, 4-3 down from 26th. 4-3 and still didn't cash. Rip. Yeah. We obviously will tweet out that we 5-2'd and it was great. 2 forward for top 32 in the 40-player Pioneer Challenge. Jesus. Amazing. Just like 5 free chests. Alright, I'm gonna peace out. I doubt any of these people are streaming. D'Amato might be, but I don't think so. I don't know if he streams these big events. Let's see who's streaming. We can host somebody. What's going on? Caleb's streaming early. Oh, he's playing a Moto Sealed qualifier. Legacy, Modern, Pauper, Arena, Commander. Let's pop this out so chat can tell me that I missed someone. Arena. There's me. Oh, there's Achilles. Well, he's probably done. Well, he's playing like a league after, but he's probably not. Oh, he is. Alright, well, we'll go host Achilles. Alright. Slash host Achilles 27. Alright. Well, that'll wrap up today's stream. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. Happy to do these like weekend challenge streams again now that it's raid now, I think. I think you can still host, right? I don't know what the difference is. I got hosted and raided today, so I'm just gonna do host because it worked out well for me in the past. But yeah. Gonna be doing more challenge streams as they pop up, as well as some more weekday streams. We'll see what my schedule looks like. But yeah, I'll catch you guys all probably sometime this week at some point. But yeah, have a good week, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekends. For those of you still relatively early in the afternoon, evening, whatever. I'll see you guys all later.